for spine care.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alec Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run shot from Gabriel Moreno, and Brandon Pfaadt's 8th win of the season. We've got some early afternoon baseball today as the series will wrap up. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs have placed reliever Justin Martinez on the 15-day IL as he will receive a second opinion on his MRI results of his right elbow. In the meantime, Kevin Ginkel, Bryce Jarvis, and Taylor Scott have all been called up from AAA Reno. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Knott had his introductory press conference yesterday, and he had this to say on him earning this opportunity.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity.
Ott and his team will have work to do before the NBA draft on June 25th. For more on Jordan Knott, the Suns, and everything AZ Sports, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Bickley and Marotta.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Welcome to a very special, what day is it, Vinny? Thursday.
Believe it's Wednesday. Yeah.
It is Wednesday. Yes, we are live at the Dignity Health Training Center for the Arizona Cardinals. It's going to be a fun day.
Mandatory minicamp. We saw the mandatory.
We showed up.
We showed up. We're here.
No Aaron Rodgers here, man.
We're not
he showed up.
We're not pulling a TJ Watt.
Yeah,
we're
that
not
too.
Pulling a Trey Hendrickson.
Right, exactly. We're showing up is what we're doing.
We know the meaning of the word mandatory.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, it is, again, to pull back the curtain on the experience, we used to do shows here a lot when we were on the middays. We were here every Monday and a lot of other times, too. It is very rare they let these two animals out of the studio.
Yeah.
So
for good reason, too.
To be out in the wild is such a weird feeling.
I'm flooded back with memories. The time I accidentally spilled coffee, that didn't go over very well.
No.
The time Steve Wilkes left behind his crib notes right on that desk over there.
Yeah.
And I picked them up and returned them to him. And
fought off the temptation to read them. I did witness that whole thing.
You did. Yeah. And
this-
then the times with Cliff Kingsbury in here and
all the times with BA in here.
Oh yeah. Good times, Vinny.
I feel like we need to start with a Barbara Streisand song today.
Good times. Jared, how are you doing today?
I miss you guys. It's not the same.
I know. Of course it's not.
I didn't remember that you spilled coffee there. That's like a dog.
Gamble wasn't here to tattle on.
That's what I was going to say.
And I kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like a dog that, like, each new place you go, you have to mark your territory.
Kind of.
Instead of peeing, you spill coffee.
Kind of.
That is kind of true.
I try to be conscientious about it, but every now and again, stuff happens, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, believe me, nobody's klutzier than me.
I think about this, about my childhood.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was normal. My parents are no longer with us. My mom, the worst thing you could do as a child is spill a drink. If you spilled a glass of milk, it was like the world was ending.
Really?
I was conditioned. Like I would see other kids do it, and don't worry about it, I'll clean it up. My mom would lose her freaking mind.
So there was literal crying over spilled milk in your house.
Yes, it would give you PTSD.
It's funny because I'm sure in Jarrett's relationship with Karen, there are things that Jarrett does that drive Karen nuts. What would they be, Jarrett?
I don't know what you're talking. Model husband, model partner.
Okay. I know that Tammy is always screaming at me and Cole to take off our shoes in the house.
Yeah.
And I want to explain to her, A, I'm the one paying for this house.
Yeah.
And B, I've been stung twice by scorpions.
The little.
And then her response is, well, that's why I bought you these rubber slippers, idiot. Wear those.
Yeah. I mean, if you really start to think about the level of dirtiness of your shoes and tracking that.
Well, she does. She does think about that stuff.
Pretty gross.
She does. Well, and she's right about that.
She is right.
But it's the little stuff you got to let go.
Yeah.
Right? So, Jarrett, what's the little stuff? Come on. What do you do that drives Karen nuts?
Well, just the first thing that popped to my head, just the little thing, is that she hates when I leave the refrigerator door open when I'm like either putting stuff in or taking stuff out or refilling water or something like that.
Or just sitting there contemplating what you're going to chow down next.
Seriously. You know what's in there. Close the door. Open it when you want to. That particular thing drives her crazy.
Yeah, it's funny. That's funny.
Everybody's got their little
Oh,
things.
yeah. Tammy, the thing that drives me nuts is she'll start laundry and then it'll sit in the washer for a couple of days.
Oh,
really?
In the washer, not the dryer?
She's the queen. Yeah, she stalls it out. She'll start to do laundry and then just not complete the task. So whenever I need to go do laundry, you can't get in there.
I think that's on par with the shoe thing.
Right.
You've got your thing. She's
Tit for
got her
tat.
thing.
That's
Yes.
exactly right.
Yes.
All right. We're going to have some fun today. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Phoenix Suns introduced their new head coach, Jordan Ott, at a press conference at the Verizon 5G Performance Center on Tuesday. Ott, during the press conference, pushed back on the notion that his past stint as Michigan State's video coordinator under Tom Izzo helped him in any way during the hiring process. Quote, "I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years working as hard as I can to be in this spot," he said. You can read more about Ott's introductory on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. We'll have a lot of thoughts on the Jordan Ott press conference. His introduction to the Valley, the media, Brian Gregory's role in all of it, and all the little things that we picked up during the press conference as well. In terms of what the coaching staff will look like for the Suns, our own John Gambadoro reported Tuesday that David Fizdale will not be retained by Ott. Fizdale had been on the coaching staffs of both Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer, also interviewed for the head coaching position that was eventually filled by Ott. The NBA Finals resume tonight in Indianapolis. Pacers hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder for Game 3 in a series that is tied 1-1 after OKC's 16-point win in Game 2 on Sunday. Tonight's game gets underway at 5:30. You can catch all the action on ESPN, and if you're out and about, you can hear it on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. Very curious to see what the Pacers look like tonight.
I totally agree with that.
I think they are in a good spot to be 1-1. As these games have unfolded, Sunday was pretty drama-free, pretty dominant performance by Oklahoma City. But again, you can't take the crowd out of the mix, and they're going to be crazy.
No, and yes, and this is really, I think this is the first pivot point of the series. I think if the Thunder take this game, particularly if they take it convincingly, we could be out of here real quickly.
Yep. Tuesday night brought another win for the Diamondbacks, although this one a lot more stress-free than Monday's. D-backs cruised 10-3 over the Mariners at Chase Field. Gabby Moreno, in his return to the lineup after missing 3 games with a hand injury, had a 3-run home run that opened up an Arizona lead in the 6th inning. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Alec Thomas each had solo shots. Corbin Carroll, pair of RBI triples in the rout. And Brandon Pfaadt scattered 9 hits but allowed just 2 runs over 5 innings of work for his 8th win of the season. That 3-game series wraps up this afternoon with the D-backs going for the sweep in the half-day club matinee. It is Jeremy Woo throwing for Seattle. Who's I wrote down the wrong pitcher for the Diamondbacks. Is it...
Well, today would be Eduardo Rodriguez, wouldn't it?
Rodriguez, okay.
Or would it be Ryan Nelson? No, it would be Eduardo Rodriguez. It could be either, because they both pitched on Saturday. No, he pitched on Friday. Whatever, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we can update you on that.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
There you go.
Thank you.
Can you imagine if this team goes sweep, swept, sweep?
Sweeps up sweep.
Say that.
That's like zip, zop, zoop, Jared.
This is like zip, zop, zoop.
First pitch, 12:40. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at noon. Before yesterday's game, the D-backs recalled right-handers Kevin Ginkel and Bryce Jarvis from AAA Reno. Also selected the contract of right-hander Taylor Scott, who made his D-backs debut last night. Right-hander Jeff Brigham optioned Reno, while Justin Martinez placed on the 15-day injured list with a sprained right ulnar collateral ligament, and Christian Montes de Oca also on the 15-day IL. Mandatory minicamp workouts continue today here at the Arizona Cardinals Dignity Health Training Center in Tempe. Today is day 2 of the 3 scheduled days of work before the team splits for the summer prior to the beginning of training camp at State Farm Stadium next month. The Cardinals did sign their first-round draft pick defensive lineman Walter Nolan III to his rookie deal on Tuesday. Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting it's a 4-year deal worth $19.3 million, $10.7 million in signing bonus. And Nolan's signing leaves just Will Johnson, the Cardinals' second-round pick out of Michigan, the only unsigned member of the 2025 draft class. The Cardinals were one of 24 NFL teams to open up mandatory minicamps on Tuesday, including the Pittsburgh Steelers, where the newlywed Aaron Rodgers made his first appearance as the Steelers' new quarterback after signing a 1-year deal last week. 7-time Pro Bowler and former Defensive Player of the Year T.J. Watt not in attendance for the Steelers. Watt headed into the final year of his contract and is pursuing a new deal from Pittsburgh, where he has spent his entire NFL career, coming off a season where he had 11.5 sacks, 6 forced fumbles last year. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action tonight. They are on the home floor at PHX Arena hosting the Dallas Wings in a game that gets rolling at 7 o'clock. You can catch that on Arizona's Family Sports. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, June 11th. Coming up, the Suns introduced their new head coach yesterday. So what are our first impressions of Jordan Ott? I've been working on this impression all night. I can't wait to unveil it. Next, it's Bickley of Masada Mornings. Live from the Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 2-2 pitch here from Jarvis. And it's rolled over to second. Cattell to Perdomo. There's one. And on to first. That's 2. And that is your ball game with it. The Diamondbacks dominate the Mariners in this one by a final score of 10-3.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Good morning, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Did you know Chapman BMW now home to the ultimate electric driving machine? In fact, if you want to break away from the gas pump for good in a state where the gas prices never seem to come down all that much, go check out their array of electric vehicles, the i4, the i5, the i7, and the iX. The i4 and i5, beautiful sporty sedans. The i7, a luxury sedan. The iX is a sports activity vehicle. All are 100% electric, 100% BMW. All are receiving rave reviews. In fact, if you want a smoking hot deal, you can lease a 2025 BMW i4 e-Drive for just $499 a month. Great price on an incredible vehicle. Chapman BMW also offers hybrid models in many of their series, including the bold and beautiful BMW XM, the most powerful SUV they've produced. Great stuff. Head on down to Chapman BMW. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find, and you're also going to get the hookup. Make sure you ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He assures all listeners of this radio station are going to get the best deal possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity. So that excites me. That excites me going forward.
It's Jordan Ott, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, introduced at a press conference yesterday at the team's facility, and that was, I don't want to say the thesis statement, I think that was the highlight quote from Jordan Ott. Because
no doubt.
As you pointed out in your column, and it was noticeable, the question that was asked, it was asked in kind of a playful manner.
Yeah,
There's
indirect.
A lot of people joking that you guys might be changing your name to the Phoenix Spartans.
Uh-huh.
The facial expression changed. The tone changed. The words were stern. I think that was the highlight of the press conference.
Yeah, everybody said the same thing.
Yeah.
You arrived at the exact same conclusion I did, that if there was a game-winning moment in the press conference, that was it. The idea that, okay, here's the elephant in the room. We're going to ask Jordan Ott about it, and instead of embracing it, he rejected it entirely. And it was exactly what you would want to see from a guy being asked that question. You would want this guy to go, are you not looking at my body of work? Have you not seen how long I've been in the NBA? How dare you assume this was given to me because of where I went to college?
That's basically the phrase that was missing.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah.
There was certainly a how dare you
Tone
feel
to
what he said.
Without a doubt. So that was the moment where I'm like, okay.
Good for him.
Good for this guy.
Exactly.
Good for this guy. And I think for the
And I'm glad the question was asked, too,
yeah.
by the way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I think that overall the press conference was a win for him and the team. I think it's a good way to allow all of this to move forward. It in no way suggests that Jordan Ott is going to be a good head coach. Let's just make that clear. For all the people who hear they're bootlicking again. Let's be real here. It's going to be very, very difficult for a first-time head coach who's never sat in that chair and never had to make all of the big decisions and handle all of the things that need handling and keep your composure and stay on message and stay into. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. Mm-hmm. So he faces really, really long odds. But I'll tell you this, I came out of yesterday feeling much better about the head coach and less excited about the general manager.
Ooh.
And I'm going to explain to you why.
Tell me why.
Well, because for many, many days, I have been gassing up Brian Gregory. Have I not?
You have.
I've been saying, listen, this guy might not have the qualifications to do the job, but I'm cheering for him. Haven't I said that repeatedly?
You have.
Because he's one of my homies. He came from the area where I first broke into newspapering. He was a star high school guard, right? So I see him yesterday. I go, is there a mid-suburban league legend here? And he looks at me, and then he has that look, that recognition of, oh, wait a minute, I'm mad at that person. So he walks up to me, and as we're shaking hands, he goes, I hear you're always ripping me. And I said, what? I said, what are you hearing? He's like, I don't know. I don't listen to you. I'm like, oh, you got to do better than that. What have I said? Well, I've got a friend who said you've been ripping me, and if you see the guy with long gray hair, that's him. And I'm thinking, your friend must be talking to Gandalf. Long gray hair.
So now you're gonna
So
let him know what ripping him sounds like.
No, but for him to do that, I'm like, come on, man. This is the big leagues.
Look, I wasn't at the press conference yesterday. I was at the Brian Gregory press conference. I witnessed the warm fuzziness between Bickley and Gregory.
You did. And so somebody's gotten in his ear, hey, that Bickley guy's been ripping you.
Gee, I wonder who it could have been.
Let me ask you, is it possible he's just an awkward guy trying to be funny and it didn't?
No. I've done this long enough, Jared. I know what's what.
Okay.
I know what's what. It was that look of recognition like, oh, yeah, I've heard that guy's been ripping me.
All right, breaking news. Bickley starting at square one with Brian.
It's right. All that goodwill's gone. All it's gone.
Back to one, everybody.
All that hometown discount I was giving Brian Gregory.
There were a couple of other themes and really big existential themes that Jordan Ott is going to have to help overcome. The Phoenix Suns have been labeled a few things. One of the things that they were labeled as very fairly last year is a team that didn't play very hard. Not that they didn't work hard, but the on-court optics, not getting 50-50 balls, diving on the floor, all of those things followed this team all last year. And whoever is on this team, that is going to be something that they want to build on. Here's Jordan Ott on his interview with Burns and Gambo talking about how he's going to create a hard-working team.
Definitely want a team that plays hard, but we also want to do it together. So you want to play hard, you want to play together, you want a team that plays the right way. And then again, it's that joy, it's that spirit of collectively going out there, especially on the road, when there's only your travel party and, a handful of fans on the road with you. We need each other. So we need to be a collective unit that is connected, and then just having the ability to do it longer than the opponent. And in return, the fans will see what we're talking about. They're going to want to see that team. We want to perform like that for our fans. We know what they want. Now it's our job to build this thing out day by day to get there.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Obviously, it's got to be put into practice. Again, there's a lot of mystery on who's going to make up this roster. But the other theme that has dogged the last 3 Suns coaching tenures, and this has got to be a pretty rare thing in the NBA to have 3 separate coaches have part of their stay in Phoenix defined by lack of connection, relatability, or a strained relationship with a player. Here's Jordan Ott from his press conference talking about building trust and finding a way to relate to players.
I think like any good team, and you're trying to find a way to connect. The best or most common now that I use is children. It's an easy way to connect with players. And then the young players, it's your experiences, But it all comes back to time. Spending time with these guys, developing that relationship, so then when something goes a little off, you know. And then we can quickly get everyone back on the same page, moving in the right direction. But relationships are built through trust with time. And that's what we'll be looking to build.
That is on his to-do list. It gives you optimistic feelings, too, 'cause it was such a weakness.
What he did really well, and this is something that Brian Gregory said kind of put him over the top during the interviews, was that he was really able to sort of just talk and discuss and communicate the way they're going to play basketball, what it is going to look like on the court. And that was very important to Brian Gregory. I thought Jordan Knott did a really good job of that, and the things that he said, they all rang true to me. The idea that it all begins with the work. Okay, yes, that is absolutely essentially true. The idea of relationships. He made it very, very clear that the players are going to give me a little bit of rope here because I'm the new guy and they know I'm in charge, but it ain't going to work if they don't believe I can help them get better at basketball. I'm like, okay, this guy is sounding like a basketball coach should. There were some Suns players in attendance. I would have liked Devin Booker to be there, but at the same time, that probably would have been a massive distraction.
Might have been.
And maybe taken away from people focusing on Jordan Knott, but you had Ryan Dunn, you had Oso there, you had Royce O'Neal was there.
Are you surprised?
Bridges was there.
Are you surprised Ishbia hasn't been at either press conference?
He's got a pretty big company to run, Jarrett.
Well, he's also has a team.
Listen. I think that the Matt Ishbia press conferences, with all due respect, they don't work out well.
I would agree with that.
And I think it's very important to let his basketball guys take the reins, at least in that regard, because they're coming off a series of either poor to disastrous press conferences, and yesterday's was a victory in that regard.
I agree. And if Devin Booker would have been a distraction, I think Matt Ishbia's presence would have been a distraction.
I agree with that
especially
as well.
on the heels of the interoffice memo that went out, said, hey, I'm going to be more hands-on. For him to be there on that particular day, I think probably would have worked against the Suns.
And I would just say that having the young guys there in support of Jordan Knott, it's a good visual, and I think it's off to a good start.
Yeah.
Whether it works or not, we're going to find out.
Yeah. We'll have more on the Jordan Knott introduction and press conference coming up on today's show, but also coming up, brace yourselves. The D-backs just had an easy win. We'll get into it next in D-backs Daily. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Knott as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Arrow.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I also know they can help you avoid surgery because they did that for me when I tore my meniscus playing tennis 5 years ago. And I'm not alone. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives and helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. QC Kinetics harnesses your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. The results are extraordinary. The patient satisfaction reports are through the roof. Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics has done for him. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no surgery and no downtime. So make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, your independence, your ability to walk and run and play and live the way you want to. Get a free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork. Much like baseball, I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. a team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian rolls or dig into their new Big Belly burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186-438-CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alec Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run shot from Gabby Moreno, and Brandon Pfaadt's 8th win of the season. We've got some early afternoon baseball today. First pitch at Chase Field will be at 12:40, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Knott had his introductory press conference yesterday and had this to say about him earning this opportunity.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity.
He and his team will have work to do before the NBA draft on June 25th. For more on the Suns and everything AZ Sports, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate taxes increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind for your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Yeah, Diamondbacks looking for a second straight win over the Mariners at Chase Field. Also looking for a better performance from Brandon Pfaadt, who has struggled in his last handful of outings. Pfaadt faced by Seattle rookie right-hander Logan Evans. Pfaadt wiggled out of trouble in the first inning after allowing back-to-back 2-out singles to Cal Raleigh and Jorge Polanco. He got Randy Arozarena to fly out to right to end the inning. In the bottom of the first, the D-backs had a chance to open the scoring. Geraldo Perdomo had a 2-out ground rule double. Josh Naylor stepped in, and then this happened again.
Now he swings, punches it into left field. They're going to wave Perdomo around third. Arozarena's got a good arm. His throw in time. and they got him. Perdomo out at the plate. The inning comes to a close, and the D-backs failed to score.
Chris Garagiola on the call. Things stay the same. Diamondbacks have a runner thrown out at home for the 14th time this season. Fott, again, dealt with a lot of traffic. He dealt with more traffic early than Detour Dan, babe. Second and third innings, a lot of traffic on the base paths, but did not allow a run. The M's had 2 men on base in each inning. Diamondbacks would break through in the bottom of the third. Alec Thomas drew a 1-out walk, bringing up the top of the order, and Corbin Carroll.
0-1 the count from the stretch. Evans is 0-1. Another breaking ball. This one scorched down the line and fair and right. Thomas headed towards third. He's going to be sent around and score. Carroll flying towards third and in there with an RBI triple.
Yeah, that triple made it 1-0 after Ketel Marte drew a walk. Perdomo knocked Carroll in on a sac fly to left to extend the D-backs lead to 2-0. More offense in the fourth inning. 1 out, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. facing Evans.
As that first pitch swung on, crushed out to left field. Oh, that thing is gone. A home run for Lourdes, his 10th. And the D-backs now have a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, Gurriel got a hold of a first pitch cutter, 372 feet over the wall and left D-backs lead. As Chris said, 3-0 at that point. Josh Naylor's RBI ground rule double scored Alec Thomas in the fifth to make it 4-0. Seattle would finally get to Fott in the fifth. Randy Arozarena leading off.
2-2 pitch. Swung on. High, deep drive out towards left field. On its way. This thing is long gone. Arozarena's 8th. And the Mariners finally slug one on the board. It's now 4-1.
Yeah, 8 pitches later, Rowdy Tellez would follow suit. He clubbed a 3-2 sinker over the wall in right center to make it 4-2. That would end Fott's night. Torey Lovullo would turn to 33-year-old right-hander Taylor Scott, who attended Notre Dame Prep in Scottsdale and was just had his contract selected earlier in the day. He's making his D-backs debut. Scott walked 2 Seattle hitters in the fifth. Started to get a little bit hairy, but like Fott, he figured out a way to wiggle out of trouble without giving up a run. D-backs would open up things in the sixth. Gurriel singled leading off, then stole second base easily. Pavin Smith drew a walk, and that brought up Gabby Moreno.
The 1-2 now. Swung on, hammered, left field, Arozarena back, that is gone! An absolute rocket off the bat of Moreno. It's his 5th home run of the season, and the Diamondbacks answer back in a big way. A 3-run shot, it's now 7-2.
Yeah, 5-run lead at that point. They would tack on more against reliever Trent Thornton, who had a nightmarish inning. Alec Thomas singled, stole second. That brought up Corbin Carroll again.
And now Carroll swings. That's a line drive, base hit, left center field. That's going to split the gap and go all the way to the wall. Carroll's got 1 triple tonight. He's bidding for 2. Crawford's throw is cut off. And what a night for Corbin Carroll. A pair of 3s. Thomas scores. It's 8-2 over the Mariners.
Yeah, if Corbin Carroll was a basketball player, I think he would shoot exclusively 3-pointers. He's got a thing for the 3. He joined Tony Womack and David Peralta as the only players in Diamondbacks franchise history with multiple games with 2 triples. Both of Carroll's games with 2 3-baggers have come this season. Marte would walk. Perdomo's sac fly scored him from the third to make it 9-2. Mariners would get a run in the 8th on Julio Rodriguez's RBI single, but the D-backs would get that run right back on Alec Thomas's solo home run leading off the 8th. And that's the way it would end. 10-3. Diamondbacks get the win. They secure the series win and have an opportunity to go sweep, sweep, sweep.
Sweep, sweep, sweep. What a weird baseball team, but what a convincing game for them last night. There's any number of good things and weird things that came out of this. The fact that Brandon Pfaadt has an NL-leading 8 wins and a 5.5 ERA is, how do you reconcile those two? That's insane.
I don't know if you saw the split on the telecast last night. It was his first handful of starts. Numbers were great. The ERA is over 9 in his last 9 starts or something like that. But yeah, it wasn't a performance that filled you with a lot of confidence because, again, the amount of traffic that the Mariners had on the base paths and the hard hit balls. But what was promising was finding a way to navigate through all that. It's not a recipe for success with that many base runners, but it still showed signs of growth for Fott, who's who's really trying to find his way.
Yeah.
And I found it interesting, too, in the pregame. Brian Kaplan, the pitching coach, talked about, what's plaguing Brandon Pfaadt. He said just trying to be too fine to left-handed hitters, trying too hard to get them out, and left-handed hitters are the ones that are feasting on him right now. And go back 2 starts, what Washington did against Pfaadt with all those lefties in the lineup, I mean, that was alarming. So there has been progress made, and it just, that was a win. The style of win I think that the Diamondbacks needed was to kind of calm the nerves and, hey, just normalize things for a day.
I've got a theory I'm going to run by you a little bit later on in the show about the Diamondbacks that occurred to me last night, but I'm going to save that for now because there's some other things I want to say first. Gabby Marino, great to see him hit the ball as hard as he did last night. That hand, all that swelling, that means he is definitely good to go. Alec Thomas surging, sort of coming back into that realm of being that really dynamic player the Diamondbacks thought he might be.
Yeah.
And then Corbin Carroll, I thought about this last night. What is the best thing to see if you're a Diamondbacks fan? Would it be Merrill Kelly striking out the side on like 9 pitches? Would it be J Mart wiping out a rally by striking out a couple of dudes? Would it be Ketel Marte in a high exit velocity home run? Or would it be a Corbin Carroll triple?
I was thinking about the same thing. Honestly, on my drive down here, and it's a Corbin Carroll triple.
They're fantastic
because it's the rarest offensive play in baseball. You get more singles, doubles, and home runs than you do triples, but he's just got like a hunger for third base.
Yeah,
and anytime the ball goes to the wall, he's going to try to make that happen. And I think that, and it sounds sad to say it now, but a Justin Martinez strikeout when he's hitting 102, 103 on the radar gun is right up there, too.
Yeah.
Because they don't really have, I guess Suarez has that ability. The other thing that fans gravitate towards is the tape measure home runs.
Yeah, it's
like
true.
the 450-foot plus home runs. There's just not enough of those. So I'd vote Carroll going for a triple. And you know what his face looks like.
Listen, the way he rounds second base and gets to third, I haven't seen anybody move that fast since Jarrett Carlin is running across the newsroom to get into his producer's seat by the start of showtime.
Man, you look like you're about to poop your pants.
I thought you were going to say I haven't seen anybody move that fast since Jarrett Carlin exiting the control room when free food is brought into the newsroom.
Yeah, but the other day he got to the newsroom, the lights weren't even on. He didn't even have time to turn the lights on.
As the ID was playing to head into the update.
I'm like, is it going to play?
He had finally caught his breath by the end of the first segment.
He finally did. But Corbin Carroll, literally, the rounding of second and heading to third, that really does take your breath away.
I'd have to look this up. Do you ever recall him being thrown out at third base?
Ooh, I don't even know if there's a way to research that.
I know. I might look it up, but there's no way or no recollection of me getting
same
of him getting thrown out. I'll look it up.
Here. Yeah, I've never seen that either.
Yeah. So Diamondbacks going for a sweep today. Matinee game, 12:40 first pitch here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. We are broadcasting live today from Cardinals mandatory minicamp, Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe. And we'll be joined by our first guest from the Cardinals. Rookie linebacker Cody Simon will join Bickley and Murata next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr.
This is Darius Robinson. And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters and Golf takes center stage this weekend. The U.S. Open in Oakmont going on, and if you're a golfer, you should know that Turf Monsters can build you an incredible, customized, state-of-the-art putting green that will blow your mind. And if you're a golfer, you know you need to practice. You know it's difficult to find a range, to get to the range. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? If you're a golfer, highly recommend you go to their website, check out some of their sample works they've they've done on putting greens. They've even built the putting course at Dobson Ranch, which is absolutely spectacular. A great way for you as a golfer to ensure that you are going to get better because they are truly incredible. They're a one-stop shop that can build you anything you want, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted that sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that lawn without the seeding and the mess and the water bills. Go check them out online. Schedule your free estimate at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr.
This is Darius Robinson.
Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah, it's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on this Wednesday. We're live at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Mandatory minicamp going on. And as a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And it's our first show out here in a while. Great to kick off our day at minicamp with Cody Simon, rookie linebacker from Ohio State, joining us here at the broadcast location. Cody, great to see you, man.
It was great to be here. I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks for swinging by. Here's the general opener question. How's everything going? I mean, at this point, you played so much college football. You got a lot of experience at a very, very high level. I know there's a lot of learning going on. How would you kind of reconcile how the learning is going for you personally?
It's definitely an adjustment. You know, any step to a higher level, is always a little learning curve. But you know, I think it's been a great experience. I've been enjoying it, and I've been embracing all the hardships and all the struggles that come with it. But I've enjoyed this whole entire process.
Cody, you've got a lot of people giving you your flowers for what you did at Ohio State last year, but even beyond that, the fact that you busted out with those series of playoff performances the way you did, but the fact that you didn't even start till you were a fifth-year senior and you never complained and you never thought about getting in the transfer portal. Tell us about your mindset and how you were patient to let it all play out.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that go into that. I mean, I feel like I was in the best place for me. Columbus is a great place, and they produce a lot of talent, but they also have one of the best cultures I've ever been around, and I think that culture really helped me be a better person, and that's really where it started. I knew I had the talent, I had the ability to perform well, and I just needed the opportunity to do it, and I just felt like keeping my head down and keep working, and my opportunity came. I wanted to take advantage of it.
We were talking a little bit off the air, and my partner used the phrase, like this process for you and the rookies and the team in general, getting ready for the grind. And it's a different grind, as you mentioned, from college to the pros. But Ohio State played 16 games with the expanded playoffs last year. You guys win the whole thing. How much did that expanded schedule, you think, get you ready for this next step of being an NFL player?
Yeah, I think the biggest part about it was the mental side of the game. There's a lot of mental toughness that goes into playing late in December and January where, you're everything in your body and your mind is telling you to, kind of ease up a little bit, but you really have to be able to, put the foot on the pedal and keep going as hard as you did that first game. So I think it really gave me some perspective and how, maybe an NFL season would go, even though the NFL season is like a lot longer than that still.
Yeah,
so
true.
But it's all a good experience because it's preparing you for the next level, and I think it definitely got me prepared.
Ohio State's also great training for expectations of a rabid fan base, and you think about what Ohio State went through last year when you lost to Michigan. Everybody is hating on your head coach, and then you guys rebounded to run the table very convincingly and win the championship. What was that like? That whole experience of surfing through those expectations and then cashing that check at the end.
Yeah, I think the biggest part about it was just keeping everything in-house. All we do is we work hard together, and, everything that goes on outside the facility doesn't really matter to us. And so we just want to make sure we keep all the important things inside what we call the Woody. And so whether it was practicing, film work, everything, like we didn't stop. We wanted to keep everything how we did it. And, sometimes bad things happen. It's how you respond and how you react to it. And I think we did a pretty good job of that. And it's really just staying focused.
Cardinals rookie linebacker Cody Simon, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Now you're here. You're getting your feet wet a little bit. This is a big week for you with mandatory minicamp. How would you say you're acclimating to the NFL style? And give us a little bit more about playing for this specific defense and maybe your impressions of Nick Rallis, the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, it's definitely, like I said, it's adjustment. It's a different style than what I've been used to in college, but the coaches have done a great job just getting us prepared each day because, every day out here is a chance to, prove someone right or prove someone wrong. And, you're always trying to get better, always trying to do the right things. And, there's obviously times as a rookie you mess things up and you just try to always find the little things that really get you better. And I think the coach has been doing a great job of holding me accountable. Just, there's a standard here that you got to live up to, and it either looks right or it looks wrong, and you got to make sure you make it look right. And so that's been the goal for me right now, just making everything look right.
There's a lot of people who think you might make an instant impact on this football team. You've got experience with in-helmet communication at Ohio State, which is obviously going to help you. That won't be an adjustment. You're going to be competing for a starting job. How do you like your chances? How are you approaching this opportunity?
Yeah, no, right now it's all just about getting better. This whole entire process is about, putting one good day in front of the other and keep stacking your good days. And, right now I'm not worried about that right now. I'm worried about really just being able to do well in the playbook, get everything down, and really not trying to, look too far ahead, because I think that's where guys get into trouble sometimes, where they try to predict the future, and, you can't really control anything besides what's happening right now.
In terms of the Ohio State influence on this team, got a lot of Buckeyes on this team. And part of that process for you, and I'm sure you strike me as the type of player that's always picking brains, always asking questions, but do you lean on your former Ohio State teammates that have gone through this before, Marvin Harrison Jr., Paris Johnson Jr., to pick their brains and, hey, what's going on at this point? What was this like in your
experience? Is a little bit unique. I mean, especially Marvin, Paris, those guys are, they were one of the first picks in the entire draft. So, their experience is a little bit different, and they get to, have different liberties, and that's fine. And, I look up to those guys because they really did it, and they are some of the best players in the NFL right now. So, for us, it's just, taking one day at a time, not trying to look too far ahead. And, I think I've asked a whole bunch of questions about that, but even just to the linebackers too, because we have a lot of experience in our room. So, just trying to, pick brains, see what the real NFL is about and how they've navigated their years in the league, and just seeing what I could do to get a little leg up on that.
All right, your former DC, Jim Knowles, said that one day you were going to be president of the United States. Now, obviously, that's nothing you're going to talk on or comment on now, but what it does mean is that you've impressed a lot of people along the way. You've probably been raised very well as well. Tell me about your personal character. Do things like humility matter to you? Do things like interacting with people properly matter to you? Why would somebody predict you are going to be president of the United States?
Yeah, I mean, when I hear stuff like that, I usually give thanks to my parents and my brother, because, I'm really the product of what they've taught me to be and what they've raised me to be. So, I try to live my life like how everyone would want, someone to treat them. And, I don't want to be the guy who's gonna ruin someone else's experience in anything. So, I just try to live life like how my parents raised me, and humility, respect, all the good things that you want someone to lead to be like. I want to be like that, and I wouldn't say I'll be the president, but stuff like that is what I try to live my life to be like. So
that's great.
Cody Simon, linebacker of the Cardinals, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You're Jersey City guy. Did you grow up a Giants fan, Jets fan? Did you have an allegiance to a team growing up?
Yeah, I did grow up a Giants fan.
Yeah. Was there any linebackers or other players at other positions that you kind of emulated that, hey, I like that guy's game. That's kind of the way I want to play football?
Well, it wasn't really for defensive side from the Giants, but I always watched Bobby Wagner. I just felt like he was someone I
We'll take that.
My game around.
We'll take that.
Just as a linebacker, I felt like he was one of the standards.
No doubt about it. All right, man. Well, great meeting you.
Yeah,
all the best to you. You're going to head back to Columbus for a while, then get back here for training camp?
Just keep training, keep staying in shape, and keep doing well.
We did a whole interview, Cody, without mentioning the heat. How are you liking the heat so far?
that is probably the biggest adjustment that I'll ever get around to. But.
Oh, you ain't even seen anything yet.
Yeah, no.
You'll never get used to it. And now I can't even say we did a whole interview without mentioning the heat. Cody, great to meet
Thank
you.
you, Cody.
Thanks so much for stopping by.
Josh.
Cody Simon, rookie linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, what does new Suns head coach Jordan Ott think about Devin Booker and his place with the franchise going forward? We'll get into it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want. Like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alek Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run shot from Gabriel Moreno, and Brandon Pfaadt's 8th win of the season. And here was manager Torey Lovullo after the win.
Overall, it was just a really good day, really good win. Wasn't where your heart is pounding for the last 3 or 4 innings. We were kind of nice and relaxed, and we always look forward to those wins. We're conditioned for any type of win, but we haven't had this type of win in a long time, so it was really nice.
And we've got some early afternoon baseball today. The series will wrap up. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 12:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott was introduced to the media yesterday, and for everything on that press conference and the Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona Sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, it all comes back to basketball, right? The starting piece was definitely basketball. We had some shared acquaintances along the way, but did not know them prior to this. And it started with basketball, and then it goes to the end where we know he's an incredible player. That's what makes this job unique, having him with us. And it's my job to help him and showing him some of those ways that I plan to help him and help us move forward, put him in a position to succeed on a night-to-night basis. That's my job as the head coach.
That's Jordan Ott with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports 98.7. If you missed that interview, you can catch it on the app. You can catch it on the website. You can find it on the YouTube channel. We're everywhere is what I'm trying to say. And I think the scoreboard now reads, if the heading is radio interviews conducted by Suns head coach, it's Jordan Ott 1, Mike Budenholzer nothing.
Frank Vogel, did he do any?
Frank did some.
Okay.
We had Frank on the show.
Okay.
He made the rounds a little bit.
Okay.
But, yeah.
But it's 1-0 on Coach Bud.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there he was talking about his relationship with Devin Booker. And, look, that was a big ingredient in this whole search was Devin Booker's influence. We know about that. That was made public during the process that, hey, it wasn't a Devin Booker selection, but Book got an opportunity to interact with 5 candidates or so, and he gave the blessing for the Phoenix Suns to draft Jordan Ott. And to hear Jordan Ott say, look, it is about putting him in the situations to be the most successful. And I don't know if that's happened. And I don't want to even pin that on a coach at this point over the last couple of years, because I think the roster reality for the Suns made it necessary for Devin Booker to play different roles on this team. And I don't think any of them were not all of them were the right roles to play. Hear Jordan Ott say, we know he's a great basketball player. And you believe this, and you've got a lot of company in this, and I would kind of lean this way too. Devin Booker's stock is down a little bit after this past year.
No doubt.
And that has got to be one of the goals too, is to get this thing back on its feet, headed in the right direction, but also to get Devin Booker back to being Devin Booker that everybody recognizes.
I was talking to one of my NBA sources after the press conference yesterday, and this whole topic came up about Book and his mindset now, and this person told me that basketball fans do not understand how much the great players want that supermax more than anything, more than championship rings, more than great situations, more than the city of their choice. They want that supermax extension. It's how when you're that far up the totem pole, that is what you're focusing on. And I was told that is why Luka, this guy literally told me Luka may never be the same because of this, because he lost out on that money in Dallas. And and he also told me that for people who think Giannis is going to leave Milwaukee, you're insane, because Giannis is going to get that money from Milwaukee eventually.
Yeah.
And so it's a way of looking at things that I don't always think of.
Well,
right?
It's a very interesting point. And yeah, we don't. You want to talk about a foreign concept?
Yeah. Oh, right. Exactly.
That type of money is fairy tale money. But Giannis is. I mean, he could be bolstered by the fact that he's already got a ring. Mm-hmm. There is that. He's already delivered a promise to the city of Milwaukee. So he's legendary for that.
Yeah.
But imagine on Luka's front, and everybody goes back to the reactions, and he threw the phone, he broke his phone, and he cried at his return to Dallas. That was probably something that he was just counting on, like looking into his own future.
Yeah.
I'm going to have silly money from this franchise.
It was this source's opinion that Luka's tears and his broken phone were more about the lost money than leaving the city of Dallas.
Well, there's that. I mean, there's the feeling of not being wanted.
Yeah, there's that
by
too.
Somebody that you want.
But he knows he's wanted. He just knows that they didn't want to give him that money.
Yeah.
That's the way. And so I'm bringing it around to say that Devin Booker is going to be very agreeable and very open to everything that's happening with the Phoenix Suns because of that money. It's just a fact. And so that's something, because I always think about that. Oh, players care about their legacy. They want titles. They want to go somewhere where they're going to be able to win.
Well, over the
most of the time.
Over the course of history now, I think that was more important back in eras past, because the money wasn't all that life-changing. I mean, imagine the guys in the 50s and 60s.
Right.
The Bob Cousy's and the Bill Russells, who had collections of championship rings, but they never made gigantic money like that.
No.
That is something to consider.
So with that money...
How about Havlicek? How about Havlicek?
Exactly.
Sorry, I left out Hondo.
But these players already... Devin Booker already has generational wealth. Luka already... But when you get to that level, at that top, that is what means most to them in terms of their rep. And Luka's not going to have it. And Devin Booker is.
Yeah.
And Giannis...
Luka might have to get a part-time job.
So Devin Booker is going to be very agreeable and open to everything that is happening here and now with the Phoenix Suns, and that's a good thing. Now, you're right. If it goes horribly bad, it might change a year from now.
It might.
But at least that contract extension is going to get the best out of Devin Booker in terms of giving this new regime all the chance in the world to prove they can surround him with quality players.
Yeah, when the press conference was over, there was also a little side media scrum with Jordan Ott, and he broached the subject of, all right, how do you optimize Devin Booker this season?
I think Book has proven that he can succeed, not only in this jersey, but the USA jersey in multiple roles. We know who he is, we know what he's done and what he can do. So, again, we're going to try to build this thing to help Devin Booker in every way. And we know he'll be on board no matter what we ask, and he'll be a part of this definitely moving forward.
Yeah, and for me, selfishly, part of that's got to be having an organizer, a true point guard. I know they went out and they got Tyus Jones last year, and that experiment didn't work because I don't think they necessarily subscribed totally to those roles being defined. And you saw Bradley Beal running the point. You saw Devin Booker running the point. I just want to see Devin Booker get into a space where he's comfortable, where he knows what he is being asked to do on the offensive side of the floor. And I think that's one thing that's
totally
hampering. And not to say he's not capable. I mean, he had games of 14 assists where the Suns were successful, but that's not him at his best.
No, we've seen what it's like to have a real, true pass-first point guard in Chris Paul. We have seen with our own eyes the magic that can create when you get a guy that cares more about facilitating. That's what the Pacers have in Tyrese Halliburton. I heard an NBA show discuss the fact that Tyrese Halliburton might be more rare as a player than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a score-first point guard. And when you get the true pass-first point guard who can score but chooses to facilitate, it just lifts everybody in levels that you cannot quantify with analytics. So I would like that. I would like this new program to get Book off the point.
Yeah, I totally agree. And what are the options to do that? We will see. I mean, when you look at the calendar, and Jordan Ott talked about staff construction, and that's happening right now, and he said hopefully we'll have that wrapped up in a week. I think that's almost necessary. The draft starts 2 weeks from today.
Wow.
And we know the Suns have the 29th pick in the first round. With what's going on with Kevin Durant and all these trade rumors, might they be scouting at a different position in the first round? You know, all these San Antonio rumors. Do you start by asking for the number 2 overall pick? I think you got to ask if you're dealing with San Antonio. But, what are they picking up in terms of draft capital for a team that's going to be drafting for them on draft night? There's so much work to be done.
Do you think Walter Clayton Jr. will be available at 29? I've seen people speculate that.
I've looked a lot at mock drafts. It's kind of 50-50 at this point, I'd say.
But that seems to be the neighborhood where he's being projected.
Because that would be a great get at the end of the first round.
I mean, let's go down that road real quick.
Okay.
Going back to 2020, and Suns fans are still throwing their hands up in the air. How did you pass on Tyrese Halliburton? Everybody saw what he did at Iowa State, the kind of player he was, the impact he made at the college level. Walter Clayton Jr. is that kind of player. And we just watched him go on a championship run where everything that needed to be done to win a championship, he did.
He did.
Yet, is he the most athletic? No. Is he the greatest shooter? No. The dude's a player.
Yes.
Also,
I like him a lot.
Imagine the Cardinals and Suns both drafting a Walter in the first round in the same year.
2025.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, I'd leave it to you to bring up something really superfluous that derails a very coherent, intelligent conversation.
I think that was actually.
they're both Walter.
That was a good nugget there. Okay. I'll give you the nugget status there.
That was Jared's way of saying we need to break, right, Jared?
I'll put a halt to this conversation.
He gives me two thumbs.
Finally getting it.
He gives me 2 thumbs up back here.
That's funny.
It's sinking in.
Good call, Sammy. You're learning fast.
This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Coming up next, we're going to move around the furniture a little bit. We've got Zaven Collins joining us at 7:30, so we'll unveil an early version of the Rush Hour Reboot here on this Wednesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, you've seen the billboards, you've seen his face on Valley buses, you've seen him on television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this, when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with those insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in the state of Arizona. Remember this, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but, okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning, guys. It is 7:18 instead of around the 7:30 mark because we've got Zaven Collins coming in. So we got the Rush Hour reboot right now, and it is a little weird, like Jarrett said, you guys not being in the studio. I keep looking to the dark studio in there, but let's start it off. You guys are obviously at Cardinals minicamp today, and as someone that hasn't been around for the football season, how does it feel to kind of put the football hat on today and be boots on the ground?
It to me, it feels it's a reminder. All right, this is kind of what's coming, and it kind of fills you with excitement, and then you're hit with the reality that football really doesn't start until September. But it's a little taste. So I love it.
It's a reminder of how long Vinny and I have been doing this. It's a reminder of all the times we have been in this studio in the past, for better and worse. And to me, it's sort of also a reminder that this might be our new favorite team in the Valley, starting in October or September,
or at least the team that represents the best chance for that elusive title for this city.
Depending on how the next couple of months go for our baseball team, this could be our only best hope.
Great. More expectations for Arizona sports teams, right?
It works out really, really well for us.
Speaking of one of them was in action last night, got a 10-3 win. They kind of displayed a perfect way to win a baseball game, and here was Torrey after last night's game.
Overall, it was just a really good day, really good win. Wasn't where your heart is pounding for the last 3 or 4 innings. We were kind of nice and relaxed, and we always look forward to those wins. We're conditioned for any type of win, but we haven't had this type of win in a long time, so it was really nice.
Yeah, so 13 hits, a couple of home runs. The pitching was pretty good for all 9 innings, and so my question is, what do you trust more right now, the ability to consistently score enough runs to win games, or the starting pitching putting this team in position to win games?
Oof, that's a great question.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my trust in the offense because when I said earlier, Alec Thomas is in a nice place right now, and I think that makes a huge difference for the team when he adds some dynamic stuff to the lineup. Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, he drew a walk the other day, which is a good sign. I think he's gonna get better at the 3-hole.
Perdomo's starting to snap out.
A little bit.
Hit a couple balls hard. He looks like his patient self again.
Josh Naylor is in a really good place. I want to get into Josh Naylor later, too, because there was some speculation that post-game dousing he got from Geraldo Perdomo, where he looked very, very unhappy throughout it all, was a sign of his dissatisfaction.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a lot of that, too, and I'm interested what you have to say about it later, because I've seen some things as well.
I'm going to put my support, like Bick, behind the offense, but it's only based on comparing the health of the offensive players, the position players, as opposed to the health of the starting pitchers. Without Corbin Burns, that becomes a question mark. And we've had spotty stretches from a lot of the guys that are currently in the rotation, including, Brandon Pfaadt still working through one. Ryan Nelson is going to be a big start for him next time he goes out there. Eduardo Rodriguez is just coming back from an injury. So while I don't have the utmost faith in the offense because I think those stretches of games where they just kind of shut it down are still way too prevalent, I have more confidence in that than the starting pitching right now.
Fair enough. Yesterday, Jordan Ott, the Phoenix Suns' new head coach, was introduced to the media, and I personally liked how he handled himself, presented himself, but let's be honest, there is a large mountain to climb for him, and step one of that climb is the future of Kevin Durant, and here's what General Manager Brian Gregory had to say about Durant's future yesterday.
I appreciate you asking the question. I know you have to ask it, but as you know, when it comes to contract negotiations, player contracts, and so forth, we don't discuss those. But it's something that, in terms of our team and so forth, we're always talking about building our team.
So, honestly, an answer that you'd expect from a general manager trying to trade its superstar. But at this point, do you guys think Kevin Durant is the San Antonio Spurs to lose?
I'm going to zig now and say, from what I was able to gather yesterday, I no longer think that San Antonio is in the proverbial catbird seat.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why is that?
I'm not certain the Suns like that grouping of players that is often bandied about. The Devin Vassell's, those guys.
Okay.
So, but that's my gut feeling. So and that doesn't take into account Kevin Durant's wishes.
Sure.
I'm getting the vibage that may not be the outcome.
Yeah.
I definitely got the impression that Bill Simmons is wrong, that there is not already a deal in place with San Antonio.
Okay.
So what was said on the BS podcast
was
was indeed
indeed BS.
Don't aggregate that.
Yeah, right. Don't aggregate it.
That's interesting. With that knowledge now out in the ether, it would be stupid for me to say, yeah, it's San Antonio to lose, wouldn't it?
No, for real. For real.
I just think the next 2 weeks is going to be obviously a fascinating process. And I don't know how many teams are going to be picking up the phone to call Brian Gregory about Kevin Durant. And I don't know what the Suns' level of cooperation with Kevin Durant's side on this is going to be. But I think it's going to be fascinating.
Sure.
I'm fascinated by a lot. I'm like a child.
Yeah.
This is all fascinating to
Listen,
me.
you're curious. You're just like Jordan Ott. You've got a curiosity
I thought you were
about
going to say just like George, Curious George.
Well, that too.
I almost wore my yellow slicker to work today.
I've got one more, maybe two quick questions on the way out. So, as I watch Diamondback games during the lull of baseball, I go through the what ifs for my sports teams and what's more likely. So I had this one to share with you guys. What's more likely, for the Phoenix Suns to be paying Bradley Beal next year not to play basketball for them, or him averaging 18-plus points a game for them?
What's more likely?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to go with the second part. I'm going to go with him averaging 18 points a game.
That's where I
just
as well.
can't get past the fact that you would cutting off your nose to spite your face is kind of a thing. And yeah, there's a dissatisfaction. It's a dissatisfaction that you created by acquiring the player that you did with the contract that he had. But and maybe I'm in the minority, and maybe I'm completely naive when I say this. I'd rather see Bradley Beal on the court playing and at least earning a paycheck for what he's putting out there, as opposed to, posting on Instagram from a beach.
Well, you've got to wonder, what is it about Bradley Beal that has made the Suns that unhappy with him?
Right.
Is it just the is it the demeanor? Is it those incidents where he's yucking it up with Steph Curry when he's getting torched by Steph Curry? Is it the
Bradley Beal did not change as a player or a person when he got to Phoenix.
That's the folly of it all.
Yes.
That is the folly of it all.
Is it the frustration?
Thanks a lot, Isaiah!
Is it the frustration over the unavailability? I mean, all those things could be possible.
Great.
All right, we're all rebooted
All
on
right.
this Wednesday. Thanks, Sammy. And we got it done early, too.
Look at that.
Feeling of accomplishment. Coming up next year on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, as we continue from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, we will be joined by Zaven Collins of the Cardinals. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pick up decision with precision.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn bedding summer sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 wins in a row last night with a 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alek Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run homer from Gabby Moreno and Brandon Pfaadt's 8th win of the season. We've got some early afternoon baseball today. The series will wrap up at 12:40 at Chase Field, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott was introduced to the media yesterday, and be sure to head to arizonasports.com for everything on Jordan Ott and the Phoenix Suns. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton. Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Bickley and Marotta.
As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. We are live at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Mandatory minicamp going on this week for the Cardinals, and joining us here at the broadcast location, Zaven Collins, now a 5-year veteran. Can you believe it? 5 years in, Zaven. How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, I was telling someone the other day I've played like almost 70 games.
That's a lot of football.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's interesting is there was a time when you were drafted that the former GM thought you and Isaiah Simmons would be the cornerstones of this defense, and you're the guy here, not him, and you've been so available. You've been very dependable. What ceiling is left for you? How much better are you going to get?
I wouldn't say I'd put myself over one just because I'm still here. I think everyone's still, great players that are here. Maybe they just had certain circumstances or defense they didn't fall into. And then I'm not saying that you put it that way, but like for me, I feel like, ever since the position change, there's been a lot of growth for me. There's been a lot of growth in pass coverage in the way we're dropping and what they asked me to do. There's a lot of growth in my pass rushing ability. And I've been taking some really good steps, I think, not something that I'm going to sit here and be like all this stuff. But for me, it was like just do little things every single day to get better and better and better every day. 1% every day. And just having that more vet mindset, and then listen to the younger guys. What are they bringing in? What do they have to the table? Listen to other guys. Listen to Sweat, Calais. We were talking the other day in the team meeting. He's telling me all these things during practice that I've done wrong, and I was like, man, I haven't really thought of that in a while. You know what I mean? It sounded like when I was a rookie again. So it was like, it was really good. Obviously, the things I mess up on now are not as big as infractions as I was when I was a rookie. Right. But just still see a lot of growth. That's what this game's about. It's chasing perfection, and that's the funny part too, is we chase it and know it's kind of insanity because we know it's not attainable, but we'll chase it anyways.
Right, exactly.
That is funny.
That's what you do.
No, you talked about the position change kind of leading to where you are now and being more comfortable, being more productive. But take us back through that process, because you were a guy that was moved around a lot on defense, it seemed like, from year to year, or even sometimes from week to week. How difficult was that for you to make that transition?
Yeah, so doing that, it wasn't about what the job was asked to. It was like more of being in a different role. Sometimes there's carryover between off ball and then on the ball. You're just doing it from a different position. For me, it was like having the field cut in half, and then like it was we call it like a focus window thing. So for me, I was still taking in way too much information, looking at too much stuff when I didn't need to. It was all about just zoning in on one thing. And I've done a better job of that. So it's helped me play faster. It's helped me, understand certain calls. Like, you don't have to worry about any of these things. You don't have to worry about what this guy's doing or where this guy's. It's just pin your ears back and go. So it's been really nice.
So one of the things that's been really cool to me over the offseason is some of your teammates have had events, softball games, celebrity basketball games, a little bowling event, and there seems to be a real good turnout of guys supporting one another. You've been here 5 years. You know what good chemistry looks like in a football locker room. Does this feel like elite chemistry brewing here?
Yeah, it does, because in elite chemistry, I can confront one of the guys about something, not being hostile, not being degrading as a man or as a player, but just, wanting to get better as a professional athlete and then as a teammate on a professional team. And also, we're all good friends too, because it's past that now, because we've been together for a long time. We can have a sense of accountability where guys are not feeling threatened. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's been really good for us, and I haven't felt that in a long time. But it's actually very positive, and it's hard to see in a locker room unless you're in it. But it's something that's very positive, and it's something that builds the team in the right direction. It has practices where they're really good practices, which leads to games and situations where everything is executing, and that's a huge carryover because you have to practice it and practice it.
Yep. Zaven Collins, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. There's a core of guys that have been here for a while, like yourselves, on this defense, but the commitment to improve the defense through free agency, what Monty Austin-Fort and his staff did during the draft, just how excited are you to be a part of this bulked up defense going in, and tell us about some of your new teammates that you're kind of clicking with at this point.
Yeah, so obviously you have some really good vets on the team, Dalvin and then Calais. You have Josh. We were sitting there the other day, and we're just going through film, and the coaches are just kind of asking what people think, and when he speaks, you understand like his level, like you can really understand someone's knowledge of the game pretty quick and what they do.
Yeah.
And especially in a professional setting. And he was like, I was like, man, he said something I didn't even think about, and it was just like talking about Josh Sweat, and it was like, it was a pass rush situation, and he was really in tune, and it's not him or me rushing, it was one of the younger guys, and it was one of those things where you're like, wow, even as a professional athlete, he's like, he looks at it from a different way, a different perspective. So yeah, that's it's really cool to meet all the new teammates. There's a lot of good rookies, and I think the biggest thing too, everyone there is, everyone in the NFL is a great athlete. Everyone is, it's about kind of unlocking their capabilities, including me. But like, we have really good guys on this team too, so that's what makes it a lot easier.
You've got a young guy, a young buck in Walter Nolan, who's been described as boom or bust, and you've got a veteran like you. You've got Calais, who's been around forever. How do you guys effort to grow him in the right way, or do you let him play and learn and then help him get on track?
I think you just let him, like for a rookie, I think especially with him, just let him go, pin his ears back, let him go. You know, little mistakes those are correctable. They're going to happen. There's no doubt. I mean, even guys that play, been playing for 10 years make mistakes. They make false steps. They do certain things. They go the wrong direction. I've seen it all. But that's the beauty about football. You got 10 other guys on the field to help you out, whenever you mess up. But yeah, for him, I think, understand it. He's got to know some stuff, but, is he going to know the level of the game as Calais is in week one? No, he's not. So I think just having him ready to pin his ears back and let him go for week one is the biggest thing. Same thing with D-Rob. That's what I tell him all the time.
Yeah.
We don't need to think here. I've been in that situation where I want to think, and I'm telling you right now, I don't want to think here. I want to just go.
Makes sense.
Elaborating on Darius Robinson, you mentioned him at the end there. He had a tough rookie season for a number of reasons, both on the field with the injury, some of the things in his personal life. What have you seen different and how he's embracing this challenge of year two and living up to that potential?
Yeah, I think he feels better in his body. You know what I mean? Talking about being in a professional setting, you can tell when guys are going through stuff they don't really feel comfortable yet, and they're trying to force things. I told him, he's like, last year is like, if it's not meant to be right now, it's not meant to be. It's something that we got to work through and get better at. In college,
right.
I guess it's not what you want, but I told him that's kind of like what it's like. Let him. He really learned a lot of stuff, and I can tell because when we have meetings, we talk about certain things. He'll ask certain questions where you can see his knowledge of the game growing. But yeah, he's physical specimen.
Yeah.
He's massive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you saying that means something.
Yeah, I'm
exactly.
6'5", 270.
Right, exactly.
You're calling him massive.
Now, there's no radio show in the country that quotes Caddyshack more than we do. Do you notice his hat, Vinny? What he says in his hat? Thank you very little.
Thank you very little.
Right out of Caddyshack. So Zaven's a big-time golfer. I can only imagine when you get into a drive, when you find the slot and you rotate, what are you doing off the tee?
If I'm feeling hot off the tee, there's definitely ups and downs. There's definitely days where that driver does not come out of my bag. I'm using iron only.
Really?
And I can use a 4-iron or 5-iron. When I get a hold of one, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Probably 315, probably.
Yeah, 315. I'd say.
I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, look at the size of him, dude.
I'll tell you who's actually surprisingly can bomb the ball, and I don't know how, but Clayton Toon.
Really?
He'll pass me by 20 yards.
Isn't it amazing
It is
the power
absolutely
some people
crazy.
can generate on a golf course?
Yeah, I've played with some baseball guys too that aren't the best athletes, but they have that baseball background and their core and rotational strength.
Yeah.
And it's and I'm just like, oh my gosh! I just saw the ball jump off the tee.
Yeah.
It tried to get out of the way of the club.
I hate people like that.
Zaven Collins with us. Last thing, Zaven, you're Oklahoma through and through. Are you ecstatic over what the Thunder are doing? Are you a Thunder fan?
Yeah, I am a Thunder fan.
I thought you'd come in here wearing an SGA jersey.
I wasn't super huge because I guess growing up in a small town, you're always bouncing around, moving from sport to sport to sport to sport. But once we got into college, we kind of got into it a little bit more. And obviously, looking back, you see all the great players that have played at OKC, which I know basketball's different. It rotates a lot. But still, and just talking about in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, even the biggest cities are in the middle of nowhere. So, but yeah, it's awesome seeing them. I hope they, close them out this week.
Yeah, that's a rough basketball team. I wouldn't want to try to score on them.
Yeah.
Play some defense.
Well, you're great, my man. Great personality. You go have yourself a rock and roll kind of season.
I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Zaven. Zaven Collins joining us here as we continue from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Coming up, two of football's biggest offseason headline makers finally spoke yesterday. So what did Aaron Rodgers and Bill Belichick have to say? We'll tell you next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity, so that excites me.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports App.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot. But you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I think it starts with Mike Tomlin. I've been a fan of his for a long time. There's a few iconic franchises in the NFL. I played for one of them for 18 years. This is another one of those. There's something special about, obviously, this area. So many great quarterbacks are from Pittsburgh. I feel like Pittsburgh has been a part of my career from the beginning. Playing for Mike McCarthy for 13 years, having Tom Clements or Tommy Clements, depending on how old you are, as my quarterback coach forever. Dom Capers, Kevin Green, Darren Perry, Ben McAdoo, Frank Signetti, Luke Getzey. I don't want to forget anybody, but a lot of Yinzers in my life.
Aaron Rodgers just reeling off people that he's dealt with from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now is he a Yinzer?
Now he's a Yinzer. This is too much.
Is he putting fries on a sandwich already?
Did you hear that shortly after that press conference or after those remarks, he went into the equipment room and he was complaining he can't find a helmet he likes. He said he hates the Steelers' helmets.
But no, that's not totally accurate.
Okay.
It is the helmet that he has worn his entire career has now been deemed obsolete and unsafe to continue with.
Safety standards.
Kind of the same thing we went with back in the Antonio Brown days.
Okay.
He just got to hold on to his helmet longer.
Okay.
Because they'll just paint the shells.
Well, I thought he was just complaining again.
No, he is complaining, but
Okay.
it's not about the Steelers equipment.
All right.
It's about what he is able to wear. But Aaron Rodgers made it official, met with the media yesterday, speculated on it yesterday because when he signed his contract, Bick, the cameras caught him wearing a ring on his left hand, and he just kind of dropped it 13 minutes into the press conference casually that he's been married for a couple months.
Yeah, whatever.
I thought maybe he would make that more public when it became.
Is this the off-season stuff, the personal stuff that he was talking about that he was dealing with? Remember how he kept saying, "I have personal matters that I'm dealing with."
It might have been.
Might have been
like a marriage and a honeymoon or something.
Yeah, it could have been that. Yeah, but that wasn't the main topic. Aaron Rodgers was also asked, why did he sign now?
I was dealing with a lot of things in my personal life, and some things improved a little bit where I felt like I could fully be all in here with the guys. I had a great conversation with Mike throughout the entire process, and Omar. But it's good to get that done and get behind us.
Yeah, we'll never know the full truth of what was out there. There's so much speculation, Bick, that Aaron Rodgers was waiting for something to open up on another team.
Minnesota to change their mind about J.J. McCarthy.
I heard the Rams came up.
The 49ers, if they didn't sign Brock Purdy, there was a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Now it's being repackaged as this was in the works all along. They fell in love from day one. Aaron Rodgers went to a cookout put on by Mike Tomlin, and everybody loved it. So it's the kumbaya stage.
Yeah.
We'll see how long it lasts and if this is a good fit. The thing here's the thing that I was thinking about this the other day. The reason why I think this might work, and by work I don't mean the Steelers are going to shock everybody and win the division, but all Aaron Rodgers has done for the last few years, he's been very risk averse. He's been very much of a game manager, not wanting to take a lot of needless risks, right? You may know this, but there are players who obsess about their field goal percentage and their pass completion percentage, and they don't want to soil it. You might have heard that, right? Once or twice. So I think in the case of Aaron Rodgers, this is exactly the system that he wants to play. Handoff, dink and dunk, little slants.
Yeah.
He's not going to come in and start spinning the ball down the field.
No, but and look, he's changed over the years. He's not obviously the same level of quarterback he was. One of the things that stood out, I'm going to be positive about Aaron Rodgers for a second.
All right.
Because there was a time when I was convinced he was the most talented quarterback that's ever played the game. When he was at the height of his powers, and I still think this applies, he was a bit of a risk taker, but his accuracy allowed him to fit the ball into windows that others wouldn't go into, because he's never been a big interception guy. The touchdown to interception rate, even last year, for a terrible Jets team, looked pretty. He threw 29 touchdown passes last year.
That number just doesn't make sense to me.
Because that's like an elite number.
It is yes. And there are people who insist he was really good at the end of the season, and at that point I'm like, well, what does that mean? He was playing on a horrible team. So I don't know. It's gonna be real interesting to see how this plays out, because there is a good percentage of Pittsburghers and Yinzers who are not happy with their team for bending the knee to Aaron Rodgers. Acting in ways that they have never seen that organization act before.
No, this is certainly out of character for them. The fit's going to be weird,
Mm-hmm.
and the potential for implosion, I think, is very high here.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be something that people are going to be watching all year. Shifting down to the college ranks and potential for implosion, we're looking at Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The North Carolina Tar Heels, famously taken over by Bill Belichick, becoming a college head coach for the first time at this point of his life with everything else going. Talk about somebody who's dealing with things in his personal life. Bill Belichick spoke yesterday and talked about just ignoring the outside noise and focusing on the job at hand.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm really focused on, doing my job here at Carolina, which is to help our football team, and that's, just to get better every day, to stack those days together, training days, preparation days, days out on the field, and we've done that, and, our staff's, again, done a great job of working hard to do that. So, that's my big focus. I mean, is there noise out there? We've always dealt with that. Really, our job is to build the football team and for the team to, help build the team and also build their individual careers. So that's really where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, dealing with noise is one thing. Dealing with the noise that he's dealing with now with a first-time opportunity at a college in his 70s, but everything on the outside. And we're talking about his relationship with Jordan Hudson, his 24-year-old girlfriend. And Belichick was asked about that, too, and said unequivocally, she's got nothing to do with what we're doing as a football team.
No, she doesn't have any role in the UNC football program. But again, there's been, noise out there about a lot of different things. Again, our focus is, day to day, getting better, stacking good days together, having good rest, recovery, and training, moving forward the next day, and from the coaching staff to focus on, how do we help our team get better? That's my job. That's our staff's job, is to put a good plan in place so that they can, if they do the work, that they see the improvement. And so, that's what our job is.
He clearly had talking points he wanted to hit there, because he answered the different questions the same way after initially answering the question.
Yes. Well, and that's because North Carolina's a football program went all in on this idea because they wanted the Bill Belichick no days off, football is all I care about. And what they got was something completely different. Something,
the guy who's doodling
right,
JH on a folder somewhere.
Exactly, drawing hearts with the arrow through it. Right,
BB and
yeah.
Jordan.
Yeah,
together
forever.
They did not expect this, and they didn't. And so I do think that if this is going to work, Bill Belichick has got to rein that in and be the Bill Belichick that people knew him to be.
But I mean, people will go back to the ill-fated CBS interview, where the footage is out there. You can go look it up right now. Of, the girlfriend being off camera and being difficult in the process, but. Claiming we were told we're only talking about football and the book in this interview. So why would you not have that attitude? I will say this. The level of investigation that has gone into this relationship is, on one hand, interesting, but on the other hand, incredibly creepy.
A little bit. Even though I think the idea of Bill Belichick maybe hooking up with this girl when she was 19 or whatever it was on the plane, even though I think that's a little pathetic and creepy, you're right. This is not something that Pablo Torre should be investigating through lengthy podcasts.
Now, the investigation is impressive, what he's been able to uncover. But, I mean, Jordan Hudson's previous boyfriend was... Am I getting the name right? What is Jordan Hudson? That's her name.
That's her name.
Yeah,
I always think that...
Wait. Was her previous husband aging and rich, too?
Her previous boyfriend was in his 60s. And has actually come out in support. She shouldn't be going through this. She's great. She's a dynamic individual, and she shouldn't be going through this treatment now.
She's dynamic, I bet.
Jared said it best. Bill is like, just let me have this. Leave me alone.
Good. I haven't had Wake Forest, then you can rake me over the coals.
I haven't had fun in 40 years. For goodness sakes.
I haven't had fun in 40 years.
No
days off.
Coming up next, we are halfway through on this Wednesday.
Wow.
Beck's got your blast as we continue live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. New Suns coach Jordan Ott makes a positive first impression with hurdles ahead, writes Dan Bickley. Ott defends his Michigan State ties, saying, "I've earned the right to be here," and the defense steers D-backs to a blowout win over the Mariners. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alek Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run shot by Gabriel Moreno and Brandon Pfaadt's 8th win of the season. We've got some early afternoon baseball today as the series will wrap up. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks have placed reliever Justin Martinez on the 15-day IL as he will receive a second opinion on his MRI results of his right elbow. In the meantime, Kevin Ginkel, Bryce Jarvis, and Taylor Scott have all been called up from AAA Reno. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott was introduced to the media yesterday, and he had this to say on his opportunity.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity.
For more on Jordan Ott, the Suns, and everything AZ Sports, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Marana Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Under the stewardship of Matt Ishbia, our NBA franchise has had a series of unfortunate press conferences, so rejoice, Suns fans, Tuesday was not one of them. Jordan Ott came off as confident and competent. He provided a concise and clear vision for how you win in the NBA. He never once mentioned the word alignment, and he took great offense at the prevailing notion that he got the job because of cronyism. In fact, if you took the Michigan State off his resume and rewatched the press conference, you might think the Suns landed in the right spot with a very solid first-time candidate. But to be clear, this in no way suggests that Ott is going to be a good head coach. It will rely largely on the handiwork of Brian Gregory, who has far less credentials as an NBA GM than Ott does as a head coach, and Gregory must orchestrate a trade of Kevin Durant and fill the roster with real dogs, dudes who would run through a wall to play basketball regardless of who the head coach might be. But Ott has succeeded in making a strong first impression, and eventually he will benefit from all the anger circulating through Planet Orange, because when Suns fans are finally done crashing out, they'll return with low expectations, and that can be the greatest gift of all for a rookie head coach. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I think a lot of people went into the press conference yesterday, the experience, regardless of what your perspective was, whether you're a fan, media member. I think if you care about the Phoenix Suns, you were hoping for a couple things. We touched on those things. You touched on them in the blast. You touched on them in your column on ArizonaSports.com. Nobody wanted to hear more talk about alignment.
No.
That word came up one time.
One time.
Exactly. And listening and watching the press conference, when it did come up, I kind of had the, here we go.
Brian Gregory said it almost in the context of, yeah, I know I might have used this word a little much before.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was the one time it was said. And you also mentioned nobody wanted to hear even as much talk about Michigan State, that connection, as came up in the Brian Gregory press conference. When he referenced and answered Michigan State as the program that he'd like to emulate, the kind of things that he would like to take and borrow and install them with the Phoenix Suns. That didn't come up either. And when Michigan State come up, the highlight of the press conference for me was Jordan Ott standing up and saying, I earned this. I've been working my tail off for 2 decades to get to this seat, and here I am. And I don't even want to consider that right now.
It was the how dare you ask that question, which was really the most proper response possible for a guy who really believes in himself as a head basketball coach.
Yes.
Didn't lean into it, kind of went, no.
Here's it for anyone who missed it earlier. Here's that soundbite.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity. So that excites me. That excites me going forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. Now, I think, how do you acknowledge Michigan State did play a role in this? Because because that's where I got my start in basketball, working through the video room for 5 years. But I like the way he handled it. And you're exactly right. This winning the press conference, we don't have any idea of what, other than verbally and in terms of belief, what Jordan Ott is all about. What unfolds when the season starts, that's what we're going to find out. And a lot of that is in the abstract right now because we don't know what this roster is going to look like. There were 4 Suns players in attendance at the press conference yesterday. We don't know how many of those guys are going to be here.
That's a great point.
I mean, Royce O'Neal, there's been recent reports that the Suns are going to listen to, trade talks on Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen. Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro appear to be building blocks for the future, but we don't know what any potential trade for another star player might look like involving a star player. So there was some support there. I think that was a good thing. But yeah, there's so much to find out. And I also find it interesting too. And I get why. It's a convenient thing to latch onto. The Michigan State connection is like, oh, here we go again. Eye roll. It's Spartans Southwest.
Yeah.
But people that choose to latch onto that as in terms of why Jordan Ott is here, and maybe not the endorsement of Steve Nash, who is arguably the greatest player that's ever played for the Phoenix Suns. Those two things, I don't even think they're equal in how they were weighted by the Suns in this process, but some will choose to focus on the Michigan State connection as opposed to the endorsement from Steve Nash, which to me holds a lot more weight.
Yeah. So that endorsement from Steve Nash came in the form of what he told Brian Gregory. What was the quote? That substance controls
controls the room.
Substance controls the room, not reputation, not authoritarianism. How you can help players is what's going to drive this. Jordan Ott said some other good things. Whether or not they come to bear, he wants the team to play with greater pace. He wants the team to play with much more defensive aggressiveness, relentless on defense. He pointed to the Pacers and the Thunder and said, those teams are great examples of how really active defense can take an offense to the next level. You get out and run, bring a different element to the game. So he was able to put pictures to what he wants to accomplish as a coach. And Brian Gregory admitted that was something that tipped the scales in his favor. I'm real curious to see Jordan Ott being the best candidate. I think some people are going to look at this and wonder, why not Johnny Bryant? When he has been an associate coach a couple of different times. There was enough good stuff that came out of yesterday where you could see why Jordan Ott might be more appealing to the team. But the Michigan State thing is not going to go away.
No.
Locally, I think, after absorbing this press conference yesterday, but again, the Suns are not on anyone's radar nationally.
It's the Brian Gregory thing that is pushing the Michigan State narrative.
Yeah.
Because if they would have hired a more experienced GM candidate from any random school,
right,
then Jordan Ott happened to have gotten his master's at Michigan State, wouldn't have been as big a deal.
Well,
it's just the through line between all of it.
Yeah, and again, that to me, I think Brian Gregory is going to have more to prove than Jordan Ott. I've said that repeatedly because when you look at the experience they bring to their job, Jordan Ott has far more experience at the job he's been hired to do than Brian Gregory does, and it's a big job. And it's been proven out by how extensive the coaching search was and how many people he reached out to for opinions. Not to say he won't be really good at it, but this is a tough job. It's a real hard, as Matt Ishby has found out, it's real hard to put a good basketball team together.
I even like that answer, too, when he was asked about, hey, did you have any trepidation because of the Suns' recent history in firing head coaches after 1 year? And he was like, no. I mean, this is kind of what you sign up for.
Yeah.
When you become a basketball coach, this comes with the territory.
Right.
I thought that was a healthy attitude.
Go ahead.
One other observation I had, and we talked off the air, so I know you had the same observation. The words James Jones did not come up in any of the conversations when mentioned as part of the basketball operations department. It's June 11th. It's been very widely publicized. The James Jones contract is up at the end of June.
You would think that James Jones' time here has hit the end of the road.
Unless there's some value in the senior advisor position, which seems like a convenient label to put on somebody that might be on their way out.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Exactly. And especially if you wanted to, if alignment really mattered the most to you, you don't need more voices into the basketball ops.
Yeah, because there was one answer in specific, and I think it was Brian Gregory who gave the answer in terms of going through the process and the impression that Jordan Knott made on himself and made on Josh Bartelstein and made on Matt Ishbia, and the fact that James Jones wasn't mentioned in that process was quite telling to me.
Yeah, totally agree.
Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 20th for his Broken Branches Tour. Limited tickets are available, and you can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, what are Kyler Murray's expectations for himself and for his team this season? The quarterback spoke to the media yesterday at mandatory minicamp. We'll tell you what he said next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 2-2 pitch here from Jarvis. And it's rolled over to second. Cattell to Perdomo. There's one. And on to first. That's two. And that is your ball game with it. The Diamondbacks dominate the Mariners in this one by a final score of 10-3.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, darn near impossible, but the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan, because if you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage in a matter of years, not decades, and that happens because you do your banking inside of your mortgage, and every deposit you make into this new account goes directly to paying off the principal of your home. You'll see that home payment disappear in a matter of years. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, and then you've got decades to build that personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which means you get the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. A lot of great things with a Life Changer Loan. Go to Google reviews. You'll see what Life Changer Loan has meant to its stable of extremely grateful clients, but there is a caveat. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit. They'll be upfront with you if you're not, but if you are, I guarantee this, you'll love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands? Ah, man. Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Pat. So So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Bickley and Marotta.
I feel great. Personally feel the best I've ever felt. As far as the unit goes, I love what obviously JG, Amani, and the guys upstairs have done. I believe the game starts in the trenches, and I think we attack that area for sure. For me, now it's just about going and doing it on the field during the season.
Kyler Murray, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals, speaking just feet from where we're broadcasting from today at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe. Kyler holding that media availability yesterday and kind of setting the tone of what he feels like. And there's a couple different ways you can chew on what he just said. I feel great physically, but then he immediately backed that up with saying how he feels about the unit and addressing things in the trenches. Not so much necessarily on the offensive side of the ball, but on the defensive side of the ball. Just sounds to me, and look, everybody's going to talk about optimistic terms at this point, but it sounds like Kyler Murray's in a good place going into this year.
Yeah, it sure does, and I hope he is, because this really has to be the defining year for Kyler Murray, and this is going to have to be the year that he gets the Cardinals back to the playoffs, or I firmly believe that Cardinals are going to have to start looking for other options. Now, that all depends on his play, because the sad truth of it is all the great work, all this great camaraderie and chemistry we're talking about, all this connectivity, Zaven Collins agreed that it might be elite. It won't matter if the quarterback is only good or just a couple of ticks above mediocre or can't complete a season in November or December.
As great sometimes as mediocre as other times.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of people who think Kyler Murray can't see the field. I don't know if we ever got into this. We probably did. Was it Joe Burrow? No, who was it that claims? Oh, it was Brock Purdy, who claims that 40% of the time the passes he throws, he can't see the intended receiver. So if Brock Purdy is saying that, you can imagine what it's like for Kyler Murray. So there's people who believe that he can't see the field, he'll never be successful. There are people who believe that until Kyler Murray stands in the pocket and delivers a football right before he gets hit like Matthew Stafford, that he'll never be the quarterback we need him to be. There's no shortage of critics for Kyler Murray, but the beauty of this whole thing is that this organization has done everything to give him what he needs, from emotional support to physical support to players in the trenches.
Financial commitment.
They've done everything to build this relationship and put this quarterback in a great frame of mind so he can go and be that dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could, and we've had conversations even before we got here today. We've had conversations for years, and certainly during this offseason about, what is the ceiling for Kyler Murray? What does he need to do to elevate this football team? But going back to the point about, being a stand in the pocket and take physical punishment and deliver the football all over the field, I feel confident in saying that that's never going to be the hallmark of what Kyler Murray is as an NFL quarterback. Do you feel the same way? I mean, you have to have that ability on occasion, but I mean, he's not built that way.
No.
And he's never really had, when you have those athletic skills, when you're learning how to play the position of quarterback, you're not dealing with that because he always had that escapability. So, yes, when the situation warrants, you'd like to see a little bit more of that. Kyler Murray is, again, not built that way.
No, I agree with
how he is built is to get out, and this has been a big topic of discussion this offseason too, is it hasn't disappeared, but his ability to get out and make more plays with his legs. And he's kind of accepting that as something that needs to be a bigger element of what he does going forward. And here he is talking about getting into space and running a little bit more.
You get to the NFL, it's space feels limited, as far as my whole life, just playing from Pee Wee up to college. It's like, you always feel like you're in space and you always feel like you're able to make people miss and do the same. But you get to the NFL, there's just better athletes, guys are smarter, angles are different. So anytime I can get in space, on this level, I love it, So I think that's a, point of emphasis, not only for me, but for Drew, is to find ways to get me out in space, scramble drills and stuff like that. Like I said in an interview a while back, it's just we have to be better on off schedule plays, because obviously I have that ability to make extend plays, and we have the guys to go do it off schedule. So I believe that's an area we got to be better at.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, because we've seen devastating results in the past on those off-schedule plays because of his ability, but it also works in tandem with what his receivers are doing down the field. When you got a more comfortable Marvin Harrison Jr. working downfield, I think the opportunity is going to be there.
It's part of the dichotomy of Kyler Murray that blows my mind. There have been any number of times throughout the course of his career that, for all the critics and all the people who want him gone yesterday, there have been any number of plays that have been so sensational and so jaw-dropping that veteran football players have come up and said, "You're the man. You're special. There's nobody else who can do that but you." And that's coming from dudes like James Conner and
that was
DeAndre
the two-point conversion
Hopkins
in Vegas. Yeah.
It's come from established vets who are as hardcore football players as you're going to find, who have seen those moments and go, "Wow, we have got magic here." It's a matter now of harnessing that and being consistently excellent week to week to week to week. The great quarterbacks probably have, one and a half bad games a year? The Josh Allens, the Joe Burrows.
I think the truly elite probably, maybe one.
Maybe one, maybe
and
two.
maybe a game or
maybe
two.
Maybe a half of another.
Where they're a game manager and eat.
Amount of really good quality starts, a baseball term. That's what Kyler Murray's got to stack.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we've had this discussion before too, using last year as an example. I don't even think there were that many stinker games where you could just put that label on a full performance. It was, hey, good in the first half. What happened with the fourth quarter turnovers or the third quarter turnovers that really proved to be pivotal? One other thing we know this for a fact is Kyler Murray. He's the focal point of the Arizona Cardinals, and he has been since the day he was drafted. Always in the spotlight. He kind of reflected on that particular topic yesterday as well.
That's been a thing since high school. Growing up in Texas, obviously, Texas high school football is one of the, is a huge type of cult type of following type of thing. So dealing with media and stuff like that has been kind of in my whole life. But understanding also, my pops just grew me in the sense of mentally understanding when you play this position, this is what it comes with. And I think every quarterback, knows that. So that's just what it comes with, the position of it. Try to stay out of the media as much as possible and do the right things and treat everybody the way I'd want to be treated. So that's just how I live.
I was hearing him talk about that going all the way back to high school. And yes, we've known this since Kyler Murray was on the Cardinals' radar. Imagine living your life that way.
Wow.
Everything you do is scrutinized on and off the field. I would get did you hear the Aaron Judge story recently, by the way?
Which one?
He said recently, when we're on the road, I very rarely leave my hotel room other than to go to the ballpark, just because of the attention he gets.
The crush of being that famous.
And he pointed it out. And he pointed it out because of his size that he gets mentioned, but not the fact that he's Aaron Judge.
Hard to blend in.
Yeah. Very hard to blend in.
Probably easier for Kyler, actually. Looks more like a regular person walking around.
Yeah, he can go and have
pizza in New York City.
Slice of pizza in New York City and just have a casual conversation with a camera on with a guy who didn't know who he was.
That's funny. Dude, why are you using ranch dressing in your pizza? Yeah, it's crazy.
That's a valid question to anybody. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, Are the recent Diamondbacks wins enough to reverse their reverse Corleone? Huh? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Ott as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Arrow.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and so much of what Southwest Gas provides improves sports fans' lifestyles too. Think about it. Whether it's cooking for friends or family for the big game, or outdoor dining for a backyard barbecue, to just enjoying the game from the warmth of your home, or the comfort provided by a post-game shower, you can thank natural gas. In fact, more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It is a driver for economic development in the community as well. And Southwest Gas has been at the forefront of it. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for 2024 for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas, quite simply, is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in the community by visiting swgas.com.
Hey, if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they've won $500,000 in an auto accident, $745,000 for a trucking accident, and $4.5 million for a hurt in a slip and fall. Sweet James delivers these kinds of wins regularly. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but you should have Sweet James on your side. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alek Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, and a 3-run shot from Gabriel Moreno and Brandon Pfaadt's 8th win of the season. And here's manager Torey Lovullo after the win.
Overall, it was just a really good day, really good win. Wasn't where your heart is pounding for the last 3 or 4 innings. We were kind of nice and relaxed, and we always look forward to those wins. We're conditioned for any type of win, but we haven't had this type of win in a long time, so it was really nice.
And we've got some early afternoon baseball today. The series will wrap up. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 12:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Knott was introduced to the media yesterday, and for everything on Jordan Knott and the Phoenix Suns, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did the D-backs fare in this series finale against the Mariners? We'll react after today's game on the Burns and Gambo Show.
To be honest with you, I'm not surprised. This team is resilient. They make adjustments, and we have taken on a lot of really bad news over the past couple of days. First of all, it started with Corbin Burns, so we can state that as a fact. And it's been a very, very difficult week with the injuries and the type of news that we've been getting behind each injury. When we take somebody off the field, that just hasn't been very positive. So this team's tough. This team wants to win, and we haven't played great baseball, and we've deserved to lose the games that we have lost. But they're doing things that show me they're out there every single day fighting and grinding, and we're a gritty team, and I'm proud of them.
That's Torey Lovullo, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, last night following a 10-3 win over the Seattle Mariners. They went through the ringer in the series opener on Monday night, getting the walk-off grand slam from Josh Naylor in a game that really should not have come down to that in extra innings, but it did. They responded. They got the win.
Yeah.
Torey Lovullo is absolutely right to get 2 straight wins coming off what was really just a bummer of a series in Cincinnati where they got swept. That does show a little bit of resilience. It does show a little bit of grit. Now, it's got to be sustained because the road doesn't get easier for this team. If the Arizona Diamondbacks are to get where they want to go, they're going to have to navigate through more speed bumps and more bad news, and the latest being the Justin Martinez thing. And I want to start there real quick. The way it was framed yesterday, Justin Martinez on the 15-day injured list, second opinion coming, and I know that gives people a lot of pause based on what just happened with Corbin Burns, but the way that they phrased it, a sprained ulnar collateral ligament. Did you read into that maybe it's because they never termed it. It never got that specific on Corbin Burns. It was just elbow discomfort.
Yeah.
Did you read anything into the verbiage used?
I hadn't. But it is interesting.
But now I'm making you?
Yeah, now you're making me. It's interesting, as in he might come back this year, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean...
sprains are much different than tears.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
A torn UCLA...
UCLA?
It's impossible not for me to say UCLA at least once when I try to shorten that phrase. A torn UCL means you're done.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the second
we'll
opinion. Yeah. Again, I'm trying to hold out hope for optimism.
I want to bring up 2 different things.
Okay.
One I promised earlier in the show, and first I want to hear what Sammy has to say about this. So there was a lot of people on social media who looked at the post-game footage of Josh Naylor being interviewed post-game, and Geraldo Perdomo came by with a bottle of water and started spraying him, and Josh Naylor looked none too pleased at all. A lot of people have said it's nothing. That's how Josh Naylor rolls with the media. Josh Naylor probably was thinking, let's not do that now. That was an embarrassing walk-off victory. That wasn't really a celebratory moment. Read the room, Geraldo, that kind of thing.
And it was the same game Martinez got hurt.
Yeah, so exactly. That's my point. So what were you going to add to that, Sammy?
Well, no. So I had seen all over X that there was like narratives of like, oh, he acts like this all the time. He's acted like this before. And then someone sent a walk-off home run and he's going ballistic. But I also have seen him hit walk-off home runs and be as nonchalant as he was. So I don't think fans nor like X, like people on X that really look into things should take it to like realistically, because to your guys' point, we were up 4-0 in the ninth. It went to extras. The Diamondbacks lost their closer. And realistically, with the bases loaded with one out, Josh Naylor should deliver a deep fly ball. It just happened to have gone out of the park, which makes it very cool. But I don't think Perdomo dumping the water on him and Naylor kind of being like the big brother and everything is too bad. I think Perdomo, and also Perdomo's just like that. He's like the little kid, but also the spark and glue of this team. I think Naylor was just kind of doing his job.
It came up, and Sammy's right. I mean, when he was with the Guardians, Naylor had some moments, especially in playoff series against the Yankees, where he was very demonstrative. If he hit a big home run, he was pimping it. There was no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Playoff series, you get it. It came up on the broadcast too, and I think Josh Naylor is kind of, I don't know, an enigma in that way, because Steve Berthiaume brought up the fact that he doesn't want the attention to be on him, and he said it specifically on a situation like that where he hits a home run, he hits home plate. At that point, his job's done. He would much rather just go home.
I accept that.
Doesn't want to talk to the media.
I accept that.
But on the Perdomo part of that whole situation, yeah, it was a weird game. It was a game that shouldn't have been as difficult as it turned out to be. As Jarrett pointed out, it was a game where Justin Martinez got hurt. There's a bummer hanging in the air there too. But you got to celebrate those moments. For a team that's looking to turn it around long term and not just these little glimpses of having the right direction, you got to celebrate those moments. So I don't have a problem with it either way.
Here's my last thing, and this occurred to me last night in watching a rare blowout victory for the Diamondbacks when their offense was looking really good, when Corbin Carroll's motoring around the bases. But watching Alec Thomas surge at the plate the way he does brought me all the way back to 2023 and that dramatic home run he hit at Chase Field. One of the biggest moments he'll ever enjoy in a baseball field. If he's becoming back that player, it occurred to me, what if the Diamondbacks have what they needed all along? What if the losses of the players they've lost, the A.J. Pucks, the Justin Martinez, the Corbin Burns, the Jordan Montgomery, none of these guys were part of that 2023 trip to the World Series? What if the reduction of this team back to its closest form to that team is sparking something different, maybe even better? What if they had what they needed all along, and what if all these other additions, while they seem like dramatic losses, what if they're not?
I think it was the great band Depeche Mode who once said, "All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms."
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I had not thought of that.
It occurred to me, the Alec Thomas thing is what triggered it to me, because he's back to playing like he did in that postseason of 2023. And as a result, maybe, like I said, maybe these losses, as dramatic and as decimating and demoralizing as they may seem, they might be returning this team to its natural state.
Someone tell Zach Gallen that.
There is that.
'Cause that's a big point.
That's an astute point.
Because
if nothing else, if it's something that dawned on the guys in that clubhouse, that's something they can use as a rallying cry.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, we've been fooled. It's been up and down and up and down. As I said earlier, it's been sweep, swept, sweep.
Yeah.
Possibly today.
Just get Tommy Pham at the deadline.
And we're good to go. That's right.
And Paul Sewald at the deadline, and here we go. Start making plans.
Yeah. So there you go. That's my theory. If you're looking for optimism, I'm your guy, folks.
Very interesting. Coming up next, we continue our coverage of mandatory minicamp here From the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, we will have a sit-down with the general manager himself. Monty Ossenfort joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson.
This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr.
This is Darius Robinson.
Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Bickley and Murata.
As a reminder, limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. It's been our pleasure to be here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Today is mandatory minicamp. is in full swing for the Cardinals, and sitting down with us now, the general manager, the architect of the Arizona Cardinals, Monty Ossenfort. Monty, great to see you. Thanks for coming
Vince,
by.
Bick, thanks
Monty,
for having me,
great
guys.
to have you.
You bet, guys.
This is kind of a good bookend because we talked to you in February for Newsmakers Week. You come in studio every year with us, and it's kind of a layout of what you want the offseason to look like, and a lot of it's abstract at that point. Now we get the bookend. A lot of the heavy lifting is done. This is really your first chance to see what you've put together as a group, even though it's in an OTA or minicamp setting. How do you feel about it? What do you like?
Yeah, Vince, it's been a good spring. Yeah, it's been a good spring. You know, it's we got the rookie players in here. They've been here for 5-6 weeks now, and so it's been a good. You know, they jumped into the deep end and done everything we've asked them to do. The veteran additions that we made through free agency. You know, it's good to see the team coming together, and so you know we've made progress here in the spring, but you know, in all reality, it's not quite real football yet. You know, we got a long way to go, and you know, we'll get to that point here in July, late July, out in Glendale at training camp. But you know, we're off to a good start here. It's good to have the team together, and then it'll be a good time to catch our breath here a little bit here in a couple more days.
Now, I've mentioned this a few times. One of the things I'm really vibing on is the fact that a few of your players have had, you know, events, celebrity softball games, basketball games, bowling tournaments, and the turnout has been really, really good. Guys stepping up with each other. It speaks to what might be really good chemistry, which is a credit to you and the kind of team you're building here. But do you sense that? Do you sense a connectivity here that is really, really encouraging?
Yeah, Vic, that's a great word, connectivity. You know, a connected team is important, you know, and I think it's not only with the team, it's with the football operations, it's with the entire organization together. You know, it's about the right type of people working toward a common goal, and it's great to see our players out there supporting each other, and they do a lot of great stuff in the community and a lot of great, get a lot of support, and to have those teammates out there and supporting those guys and doing that, it's awesome to see. And so, you know, I think that can only help us on the field. You know, off the field is important, and then when we come together, when the games start meaning something, that's going to be important.
Monty Ossenfort, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We sat down with Zaven Collins earlier, guy who's been here going into his 5th year. It's hard to believe he's been here that long, but also his role as, you know, being a constant in that front seven. How important is this a year for Zaven Collins in terms of what you want to see him contribute to this defense?
Yeah, I love Zaven. You know, actually, Zaven, we've talked about Zaven a lot. He's had his in our this is our 3rd off season here. His spring this year, it's been night and day. Zaven has taken a step, and what he's doing, the way he's moving, the way he's taking care of his body this off season, it's showing. So we're expecting big things. Zaven's been a huge part of what we've done defensively the last 2 years. He's going to continue to be. His versatility, you know, he's we went through the position switch with him, and he's really settled into that, and you know, really looking forward to the way he can play 3 phases, and you know, he rushes the passer, he sets the edge, he does drops in coverage. You know, it's hard to find a guy that big that can do that many things. So, and then really what Zave brings to the locker room, just really excited to have him as a part of what we're doing.
All right, so your defensive coordinator Nick Rollis has done some really good things in the first couple of years without a lot of weapons around him. You've given him a lot of reinforcements this offseason. What might that mean? What versatility, what could this defense look like? What is the ceiling of this defense?
Yeah, we talked about that a lot going into the offseason is we wanted to be more disruptive on defense. And so, you know, adding the players that we added to our front seven, adding the players that we added to the back end, you know, just being disruptive on the ball, taking the ball away, creating negative plays. And so we wanted to do that. We wanted to increase depth. We wanted to increase the talent level. We feel like we were able to do that with both veterans and younger players. And so that was a priority for us. And, you know, you guys have seen the NFL season, it's attrition. And especially on those lines of scrimmage, like it's hard to keep guys healthy, and we've suffered from that. And so increasing the depth and the talent level was definitely something that we wanted to do going into the offseason.
On the offensive side of the ball, obviously there's all kinds of eyeballs always on Kyler Murray for his ascension, waiting for that ascension to get to the next level, but also a very healthy number of eyeballs on Marvin Harrison Jr. I love Kyler's response yesterday when asked about MHJ's new physique, and he said, "I thought it was AI." He looks like a different person. Is he playing differently? Are you seeing a different Marvin Harrison Jr. in this second go-around for him?
Yeah, Mar's had a great spring. I mean, I don't know if there was a day that he wasn't here in the offseason, and, he's put the work in, and that's just the way Mar's wired. And, he's really taken steps this spring, become more comfortable. We talk about it all the time. A player's biggest jump is really usually between year 1 and year 2. That rookie year is a big adjustment for all rookie players, just adjusting to, a new city, a new scheme, a new set of teammates, a new locker room. So that year 1 to year 2 jump, we've seen it with a number of our players, and we expect Marv to do the same this year.
If there's any quibble some of the fan base has with the roster going into the summer, it would be at the wide receiver position. Some people wonder, do you really have a 1? Do you really have a 2? Are you comfortable with what you have, and if so, why?
Yeah, I am comfortable. I mean, we have guys that have played a lot of snaps. Marvin, Mike Wilson, Greg Dortch have played a lot. Zay Jones has been he's been a really productive player in his career. We have some young players that are going to come on and really have a chance to contribute. So, hey, listen, the time of roster building never ends, and so if there's a time to add something, that we will. But right now, we're really comfortable with the guys that we have in that room and feel like they have made plays and are going to continue to make plays for us this year.
Monty Ossenfort, the general manager of the Cardinals, our guest here on Arizona Sports. I mentioned Kyler earlier with the eyeballs on him. In the time that you've been here now, third offseason going through, and obviously the conditions have changed for Kyler, but he's healthy now. He talked about how great he feels. What differences have you seen in Kyler Murray as a quarterback, as a human, and as a leader?
Yeah, really, it's just seeing the way he is around his teammates, seeing the comfortability that he has. I think there's a certain level of just he gets settled into the scheme now. This is, going into his, second and a half year. He had the half year coming off the injury. And so, just the comfortability with what we're asking him to do, both on the field and off the field. He's comfortable in his own skin. He has a good role in the locker room, on the field. And so just seeing him continue to expand his leadership of the team, I think that's going to pay dividends once we get to the fall.
When you take a look at Kyler Murray, it's funny, I brought this up. I read a quote from Brock Purdy, who claimed on 40% of his throws he can't see his intended receiver because of the size of linemen. And a lot of people have wondered about Kyler and his vision. Where are you at in terms of what Kyler needs to improve on? Do you think maybe putting receivers in motion a little more often can change things up? Where does he need to grow to be that guy?
Well, I think that's the one thing about height. Kyler's been the same height for a long time, and so, different guys throughout the history of the league, Drew Brees, Russell Wilson, guys are shorter. They've learned how to adapt, and things change with that. So, I think that's a big difference between, Kyler's been out of college football for a while, but we talk about college football, there's so much space in the college game. Windows, whether it's, receiving windows or the pocket, things get condensed in the NFL. And so Kyler's had to find a way to adapt, and he's going to have to continue to find a way to adapt because things are different for him at his size. But it's not a concern of ours. Like, he's found a way to make big plays. Sure, there's some things that maybe he doesn't do as well as some other quarterbacks, but there's things that he does that other quarterbacks can't do. So each guy is unique. We're going to continue to play to his strengths, and he's going to continue to make plays for us. And we just got to continue to put all of our players in a position to succeed.
One of the things I always joke about Bick with is look at that.
Hey, buddy. What's up, Coach?
What's up, brother? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, JG. Good to see you. Good. You did.
It's okay.
I'm a little flustered, JG.
Got him rattled.
Good to see you, man. I always joke with Bick about Cardinals fans. The nature of Cardinals fans, or Valley sports fans in general, is if there was a popular player that goes somewhere else, the desire for him to come back home is always there. It doesn't matter where they are in their career. And normally I laugh at those suggestions. Calais Campbell's different because Calais Campbell can still play the game at his age, and we all have fond memories of Calais from his first stint here. What has he brought to this group of Arizona Cardinals early on?
Yeah, I mean, I think Calais, his career, it's unbelievable. I mean, he's really had he's had 2 or 3 careers for a defensive lineman, and the way he's been able to just the longevity, listen, I wasn't here the first time he was here, but I know how passionate the fan base is. I know what he meant to the community, and just to add a player that's listen, this isn't a charity case either. We had our hands full with him down in Miami last year. year.
Yeah.
He can still play, and we're excited to what he brings. Not only out on the grass, but in the meeting room, in the community. We were just excited to bring him back here, and the fact that the fans are fired up about that's just an added bonus.
All right, so this is nothing you don't already know, but we had Cody Simon in here earlier today. What a tremendously impressive individual. Tell us what you think about the rookie class. What has stood out to you so far?
Yeah, the rookie classes, they're off to a great start. It's you never quite know. We do a lot of work in the draft process. We try to get to know these guys as much as we can. We talk to a lot of sources. We meet with these guys. We Zoom call with these guys, and we think we have an idea. But until you get these guys in the building and you're working with them day in and day out, quite frankly, we don't know. And so the way this rookie class has come in, they've jumped in, they've done everything we've asked them to do. We're putting them in different situations on the field, off the field, in the meeting room. This rookie class is off to a great start. I think they're going to continue to grow. It's a hard transition. It's one of the biggest transition these guys are going to make in their whole life. And so, I think we got a lot of defensive players. The one draft pick that we got on offense, he's a lone wolf there. But the defensive players, they're off to a great start, and they're going to help us out immensely this fall.
Yeah, I don't know what his platform is, but would you vote for Cody Simon for president? I mean, he's not eligible to run yet.
Let's get his football career out of it. Let's get that first.
Let's get that first.
Yeah.
The sheepish grin that he had on his face when Bick asked that question about somebody saying, "You're going to be president someday," was priceless. Monty, always good to talk to you. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for the hospitality. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Monty Ossenfort, General Manager of the Arizona Cardinals, joining us here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. We got Social Studies with Sammy Sabolka coming up to kick off the 9 o'clock hour next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 3-10 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alec Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run shot from Gabriel Moreno and Brandon Pfautz, 8th win of the season. We've got some early afternoon baseball today. The series will wrap up. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks have placed reliever Justin Martinez on the 15-day IL as he will receive a second opinion on his MRI results of his right elbow. In the meantime, Kevin Ginkel, Bryce Jarvis, and Taylor Scott have all been called up from AAA Reno. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott was introduced to the media yesterday, and he had this to say on him earning this opportunity.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity.
For more on Jordan Ott, the Suns, and everything AZ Sports, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is here already.
Flying by today.
Wednesday.
Flying by. Love it.
Absolutely flying by as we're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. We send it back to the studio. Sammy's taking over for some social studies. What do you got, Sammy?
Yeah, first and foremost, follow us on X at Bickley_Murata to respond to our daily questions. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and Blue Sky at Bickley and Murata. And normally you can watch us on Arizona Sports on YouTube. So our first question is around Jordan Ott being introduced to the media and to the fans in his press conference yesterday. And our first question was, Suns fans, what, quote, identity do you want the team to have next season and why?
I want them to all get fire wigs like I have and play with their hair on fire. That's what I want. I want a basketball team that is just voracious. I am so...
That's a good word.
I am so scarred by the low-key chill, we chillin'. I am so sick of that team and that vibe.
I'm going along the same lines. My one word that popped up to mind was urgent. To have an urgent identity, whether it's on a closeout to an open three-point shooter, whether it's one of the balls on the floor, to have an urgency to get on the floor and make something happen. When there's a 50-50 ball, have some urgency to wrestle that away from the opponent. It starts with possessions, but then I think that bleeds over into the overall identity of the team. You lose 2 in a row, where's the urgency to turn it around? Things not going good, it would be better for the fan base to have a head coach who's urgent to know how many games are left on the schedule or things like that.
Yeah, right.
Urgent is the word that stands out to me, Sammy.
Yeah, no doubt. Darryl Lee had an interesting response, and I kind of like it. He said, I just want them to find an identity, not fit an identity. The year of the finals run, I'd never have said that I want a team full of goofballs dancing and doing half-court granny shots before the game, but they found an identity and it worked. The last few years, it's felt forced. So he does. I think he makes a really good point. Like, sure, you want to have intangibles to this team, but to force an identity is not always the best thing, I think.
Yeah, but I also thought it was interesting during the press conference too that Cleveland, Jordan Knott, where he just spent the last year on Kenny Atkinson's staff, was kind of held up as the model, the beacon of, hey, this is what we're trying to emulate here. I thought that was interesting too.
Yeah, last response I'll read here is Ross Vegas says, the Jason Bourne identity. He never loses. He's got a good point there. The Diamondbacks have now won 2 games in a row, and last night Corbin Carroll hit 2 triples, and we talked about how when he hits a ball in the gap or down the line, that excitement you get to watch him round second and go to third. So we asked Diamondback fans, what is the most exciting player, or who is the most exciting player in franchise history?
Oh, yeah, listen, the Corbin Carroll triples are great and all, and he is very exciting, but out of immense respect and deference, it's got to be Randy Johnson for me, because not only was he exciting to watch pitch with the Fury, it was watching the other team and how scared witless they were to get in that box. The level of intimidation that went along with it was just fantastic.
Yeah, from a pitching standpoint, it's got to be Randy. If you had to assign that to a position player, who would it be? I mean, Corbin Carroll's certainly in the running.
I also love Ketel Marte. I'd have to say Corbin's probably too.
Yeah, I mean, going back, Tony Womack was an exciting player. He wasn't a great offensive player, but he was just kind of a glue guy that made things happen.
Steve Finley
was an exciting player. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There was a Tony Womack shout. He says when Camacho says when Tony Womack got on base and you knew he was going to steal, the opposing team knew he was going to steal, and he would steal. That was unparalleled excitement.
Yeah, I hate to say this too, because it's going to raise eyebrows or force groans. There was a time where Eric Burns was that guy.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Eric Burns gets a bad rap.
For me right now, I love, and again, this is a touchy subject given his elbow, when Justin Martinez comes into the game, and especially when it's right, he's riveting to watch for me.
Even when he's not right, it can be exciting for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, no doubt about that. Tom Foss said Gonzo, Luis Gonzalez for the bloop single that gave Phoenix our only World Series. And then there was another Gonzo just saying that he hit 57 homers in a season. That's something we may not see. Our last question.
I got one more
to
add on that one. Ross Vegas with another one. He said Zach Greinke because his interviews were so uplifting and exciting.
Absolutely. This last one, I don't know if we have time for all the responses. We can maybe read some at the end of the show, but we talked about little things that we do that maybe drives our partner crazy. So we asked, what's the one little thing your partner does that drives you crazy / annoys you? And on the flip side,
my on-air partner, let me tell you.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm sure that's a long list.
And on the flip side, what is something small that you do that annoys your partner?
Well, I think you can go right to the response
Okay,
to this because we've already given ours.
Yeah, there's some good ones. Stephen Ruiz said, my wife never has any idea where her phone is. I have to ping it several times per week. Sometimes it's even on her. And then on the flip side, he makes her listen every time my name gets mentioned on the radio. She pretends it's cool. I pretend she actually believes it's cool. I love this.
It is cool.
I love this question because our listeners are just letting their wives have it today. Eddie V says, she always waits until I'm 3/4 of the way up the stairs and then asks me a question. I have to stop, turn around and go back downstairs to answer it. And then he says he creates clutter around the house and can be messy. Justin Prestegard, man, props to you. Happy wife, happy life, he says. And then from Redbird's Nest, my husband's dirty clothes make it to the floor in front of the laundry hamper, but can't make it in the hamper. Hey, I understand that there are times where I shoot and miss. But keep those responses coming in at a time. Maybe we can get to some at the end of the show. But I like that question.
Kind of a therapeutic question because people can throw their partners under the bus without them knowing, and they can get it off their
exactly.
No doubt.
And without confrontation.
Unless they just ticked it to 98.7 real quick.
Yeah, unless both of them listen to the show.
Yeah.
Well, then we've caused some problems.
Yes.
And we apologize for the pending divorces.
Or fights to come.
Yeah, thanks, Sammy.
Yeah.
Social study. ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Coming up next, the Suns have completed their head coaching search. There's another NBA team looking for a coach, and it begs the question, did they know what they were doing when they got into this? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 2-2 pitch here from Jarvis. And it's rolled over to second. Cattell to Perdomo. There's one. And on to first. That's two. And that is your ball game with it. The Diamondbacks dominate the Mariners in this one by a final score of 10-3.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and there's a false assumption in the electronics business that says the prices have to be best at the big box stores, and that happens because when you walk into a big box store, you might see a TV at the very front of the store, and it might be really cheap, and you go, wow, the prices here are incredible. What you don't realize is that television is hot garbage, and you will not be able to find anybody in that big box store who can tell you that or get you and steer you into the right direction. One of many reasons you go and shop at Waltz. They give you the expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room, but they also give you the prices that are as good as the big box stores. So why would you turn away the expertise and selection when you're getting the same price? And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz, watch them beat it. They'll also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. That's another thing you will not get from the big box stores. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Here we go.
NASCAR makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're heading to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude.
White flag. Next flag ends the race.
Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Track's clear. We're good to go.
NASCAR. It's on Prime.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, the Suns. They introduced their new head coach, Jordan Knott, yesterday at a press conference. We've had a lot of thoughts during today's show on the Jordan Knott press conference and how he conducted himself. I will say this before we move on to the meat of the discussion here.
Yeah.
When Jordan Knott first sat down, and I agree with you, what you said during our earlier discussion about, I think he conducted himself well. He sounded confident. When Brian Gregory got done with the initial setup and said, here, introduce you to Jordan Knott, there was the round of applause. He looked a little overwhelmed. A
little bit.
The first things out of his mouth weren't necessarily words or thoughts. They were sound effects. They were like, whew.
Yeah, no.
And
Yeah,
I was
listen,
like, uh-oh.
There was a little bit of nerves. There was a little bit of anxiety.
But he settled in well.
Yeah, right. But
Yeah.
he settled in well. Yeah. Again, he's a first-time head coach.
Yeah.
And it's a huge accomplishment. It's a huge moment for him. He had a lot of family there.
Yes. And to hear those words for the first time, it's like when you're at a wedding. For the first time, I'd like to present Mr. and Mrs.
Right.
And then they come into one of the Jock Jams songs. The only thing we were missing was the Jock Jam song. So there was that. So the Suns, they're now out of the coach searching business. The New York Knicks are very much in that business right now. And when they made the decision to fire Tom Thibodeau, the chorus from New York was like, they're not doing this unless they have their guy in mind already.
Mm-hmm.
Yet they've already been, with this morning's activity, they've been turned down by 3 franchises to interview or talk to their sitting head coaches. That, to me, is not a strategy. When you get shot down by Minnesota, they wanted to talk to Chris Finch. Then they moved on to Houston and Ime Udoka, shot down by them. This morning, the Dallas Mavericks shut them down with Jason Kidd. That, to me, seems like an aimless search right now, doesn't it?
This is really galling and appalling that the Knicks are pursuing this strategy. Do you know how much ill will they're creating through the league, going from great head coach to the next one? Coaches who are under contract with existing NBA teams and going and trying to take that successful head coach it's allowed, but it's a really, really bad look. And it doesn't look like much of a plan. My only conclusion, we'll see if this plays out or not, because I've been circling around this Johnny Bryant thing in New York for a little bit now, is if the New York Knicks have identified that Johnny Bryant is the first-time head coach we're going to go and get, but we're not going to go and get him right out of the bat. We're going to make it look like we're going to go after somebody who is better than Tom Thibodeau, who has more status than Tom Thibodeau. And then we're going to get rejected, and then we're going to go for the unproven guy in Johnny Bryant. We'll see if that plays out. If it doesn't play out that way, I don't know what in the heck the Knicks are doing.
Yeah, and I don't know what the overtures were, if there were any. I know Jay Wright was asked about the position, and he had no interest in it. And I know Rick Pitino came out and said, I have absolutely no interest in going back to the NBA. But I don't know if that was stemming from, them lobbing a request. Hey, what do you think? But at the very least, Bick, whoever the Sun or the Knicks land on as their next head coach will feel like their 4th choice at best.
Yeah.
And maybe it has to be a guy like Johnny Bryant now who doesn't have experience that will come in and lean on his prior experience with the organization, as opposed to, wow, I wasn't their first choice. I wasn't their second or third choice either. What are these guys doing? It just comes off as a very irresponsible coaching search the way it's kicked off.
What if they do something that nobody has really talked about? What if they promote Rick Brunson to head coach, father of Jalen? Think that's a good move? I don't think that'd be a good move either.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of head coach player combos that are father son.
Has it ever happened?
Did Austin Rivers ever play for Doc?
Ooh.
I mean,
I think you're right. I think there was a minute when he did.
But if he did, it was. I mean, all due respect to Austin Rivers, it wasn't notable. It wasn't notable or memorable.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's. I mean, because the whole preferential treatment thing. Maybe that wouldn't even be an issue. Maybe Jalen Brunson is so well respected by his teammates that having his father as their head coach wouldn't be off-putting.
I mean, Bronny does play for LeBron.
That's a good point.
I mean, I overlooked the obvious one.
It's a good point. Yeah, so listen, that would make me feel better because one of the questions I have is, again, I look at the resumes of Johnny Bryant and Jordan Knott, and Johnny Bryant is clearly further down the road. So to me, he was clearly the better candidate, and the Suns took Jordan Knott. And if Johnny Bryant is already spoken for, that's going to make – and I already do feel good about Jordan Knott. I'm not saying I need this to check that box. I feel good about what I saw yesterday. But that being said, if Johnny Bryant does get installed in New York and it feels like maybe that's kind of what they were trying to get to all along, I'll feel better about everything. But this idea now that you've gone to Houston, hey, can we take your head coach from you? Get out of here, right?
It almost like smacks of a desperate guy at 2 a.m. when the lights come on at the club. Hey, what are you doing? No? Oh,
how about you?
How about you?
No?
What's your friend's name? That to me does not indicate a clear, cohesive strategy.
No.
Or maybe it was an understanding all along. Hey, Johnny, you're our guy, but we owe it to ourselves to shoot for the stars here.
Yeah.
But we'll be in touch.
I was also told by an NBA guy that Karl Anthony Towns had nothing to do with Tom Thibodeau. Now, remember we assumed that all that heat that Karl Anthony Towns was feeling for his defensive lapses by the end of that series.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds to me like McHale might be at the center of that.
Like, it's very well documented. The butting of heads that went on between Thibodeau and Bridges, which doesn't even seem like a phrase that you would say because of Mikal Bridges and his reputation in the league.
Mm-hmm.
A guy who prides himself on playing every day and a guy who prides himself on being available and playing heavy minutes.
Being a good vibes guy.
But doesn't seem like he would be the one to be the spokesperson for, hey, you're playing us too many minutes.
Right.
But I kind of got that same feeling coming out of New York.
Yeah,
too.
it's really, really a weird thing. And the owner in New York doesn't have the greatest reputation. His sphere in Las Vegas is fantastic, I'm told, but
I didn't even make it there when I was in Vegas.
I can't believe you didn't do that.
Fumble on the play. Also, Game 3 tonight in Indianapolis. I have a conspiracy theory, and it just dawned on me because there's a TV behind you that is currently on the Pat McAfee show. The Pacers are in the finals as a conspiracy to have a live Pat McAfee show on location in Indianapolis.
It's a good theory. I like it.
It's all about appeasing ESPN, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. So I'm hoping for a really good performance from the Pacers tonight to kind of juice up this series a little bit. Ratings for Game 2, not that great, down about 12% from last year.
And Game 1 ratings were not great.
No,
we expected this.
The NBA's reaping what they sow here with these are two teams that get very little, if none, national media exposure, and as a result, they're paying the price for it. And it's really, truly that simple.
I also, it was interesting to chop it up with Charles Barkley yesterday about this series, and he got a up close and personal look at the Pacers during the Eastern Conference Finals. That was the TNT series. We have completely opposite viewpoints on this series. I asked Charles the question: can the Pacers make this a series? Even though it's 1-1, it has been dominated through my eyeballs by Oklahoma City, and he went back to the showing of the cards by Mark Daigneault before Game 1 to change his starting lineup, and then said Game 2 didn't matter that much, which I totally disagree with. I think Game 2 might be a better indicator of what this series is now.
That's what I fear.
Because I think Oklahoma City got its footing with this changed lineup. Now, I wouldn't have changed the starting lineup going into Game 1. I don't necessarily agree with that move, but to make Game 2 irrelevant in all of it because, stemming from the change of personnel, I didn't get that.
No.
And I'm all eyeballs on Tyrese Halliburton tonight. He's talked about how aggressive he needs to be or ramping up the aggressiveness. But again, what's that going to look like? Because he's not a shoot first, score first point guard. He can do it, but his game, as you brought up earlier in the show, is getting everybody else involved. Can he do that to a significant level and still get his in the first half and show that aggression to keep Oklahoma City's really strong defense off kilter? That to me is where the chess match is tonight.
Yeah, and Tyrese Halliburton, people have speculated that maybe he's injured. He says he's good to go, and all hands on deck. So it's going to be a good scene. It's going to be rocking in that arena.
Yeah, to begin with, it's up to the Pacers to keep that mood going. Because it could get flat real quick because of that defense that Oklahoma City plays. That game gets underway at 5:30. Coming up next, we're wrapping up, not quite yet, but getting close to the end of our day out here at Mandatory Minicamp with the Arizona Cardinals. Spoke to Cody Simon, Zaven Collins, Monty Ossenfort. We'll give you some of the things we picked up on during our stay here in Tempe next on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The ability to rush 4 with the likes of a Josh Sweat and a Dalvin Tomlinson and a Calais Campbell and a Walter Nolan. It's in Darius Robinson. And, B.J. Ojolari. I'm going to throw him in there. I'm going to throw him in there because I think a healthy B.J. Ojolari could be impactful. I think the Cardinals are going to have the ability to rush 4 and drop 7 and get pressure on the opposing quarterback.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So Parker & Sons, fantastic in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, but they're also great for preventative measures like the Captura air scrubber that can improve the quality of air in your house, like a reverse osmosis system and a water softener that can improve the quality and the taste of your drinking water. And with the temperatures starting to get really hot in Arizona, this is a great time to get your air conditioning system tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills. Up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent future breakdowns, and more than anything, it gives you that peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is the nightmare of waking up in the heat and the height of the summer, finding out that your air conditioning no longer works. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests. They all pass background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alec Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run shot from Gabriel Moreno and Brandon Pfaadt. 8th win of the season, and here's manager Torey Lovello after the win.
Overall, it was just a really good day, really good win. Wasn't where your heart is pounding for the last 3 or 4 innings. We were kind of nice and relaxed, and we always look forward to those wins. We're conditioned for any type of win, but we haven't had this type of win in a long time, so it was really nice.
Today we've got some early afternoon baseball. The series will wrap up at 12:40 today here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott was introduced to the media yesterday. For more on Ott, the Suns, and everything AZ Sports, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is now that Jordan Ott is the new head coach for the Phoenix Suns. Our question is, what happens first during the Suns offseason? Is it now Kevin Durant being traded, the NBA draft, or Bradley Beal's fate will be known?
Yeah, they're going to get a Kevin Durant trade consummated before the NBA draft.
Yeah, I think the agreement, the framework will be there before the draft.
Yep.
And that'll be the order. If we had to start, sit, cut it, it would be the KD parameters first, start, sit the NBA draft, and
cut Bradley Beal, literally and figuratively.
We may be talking about Bradley Beal's fate on June 11th of 2026, quite honestly. So
that's very true. So the poll results, 54% agree that Durant will be traded, 35% the draft, and then 11% knowing Bradley Beal's fate.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Bickley and Marotta.
Vic, that's a great word, connectivity. You know, a connected team is important, you know, and I think it's not only with the team, it's with the football operations, it's with the entire organization together. You know, it's about the right type of people working toward a common goal, and it's great to see our players out there supporting each other, and they do a lot of great stuff in the community and a lot of great, get a lot of support, and to have those teammates out there and supporting those guys and doing that, it's awesome to see. And so, you know, I think that can only help us on the field. You know, off the field is important. And then when we come together, when the games start meaning something, that's going to be important.
It's Monty Ossenfort, general manager of the Cardinals, when he sat down with us earlier today as we continue here from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. An interview, by the way, in case you missed it, was interrupted by the a crazed fan coming into the studio, right? In the Just joking.
Jonathan Gannon.
Jonathan Gannon wanted to say
and the
hello.
vice grip. He's one of the vice grip handshake dudes.
We were talking about this off the air.
Yep.
Jonathan Gannon up there in Daryl Strawberry territory for me with the handshake firmness.
Yeah. Rod Graves,
And look at
former
these
GM of the
things.
team. Yeah.
These are hands that have not seen a lot of work, Bick.
You don't have many calluses on those, unlike mine.
But some familiar themes coming up too. Talking about connectivity, I thought Monty was going to go into his Torey Lovello impersonation there. A connected team
It's a dangerous team.
Hinted at that. The themes are there, and also talking about throughout the organization. The connectivity of the whole organization, talking about alignment without saying the word alignment. So some familiar themes there.
Yeah, no, so everybody, and Zaven Collins' thoughts on that as well kind of echo the fact that this team does seem connected on a level that is very healthy. And we'll see what that means on the football field, but this team seems to really enjoy each other and want to fight for each other and want to support each other, and that's good.
Yeah.
It's good stuff to have.
Jumping over to what you mentioned, Zaven Collins, and he sat down with us this morning as well, and he talked about that subject of connectivity and chemistry, and I think his viewpoints on that subject are interesting because he's been here. There's been a lot of moving parts around him on that defense, but he's still here, and now the defense has been beefed up. But here's what Zaven Collins told us about the chemistry of this particular defense.
Because in elite chemistry, I can confront one of the guys about something, not being hostile, not being degrading as a man or as a player, but just, wanting to get better as a professional athlete and then as a teammate on a professional team. And also, we're all good friends too, because it's past that now, because we've been together for a long time. We can have a sense of accountability where guys are not feeling threatened. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's been really good for us, and I haven't felt that in a long time.
I'm really impressed with Zaven Collins and how much he's grown and how he expresses himself.
Oh, I mean, that was one of the things that stood out first. When the Cardinals first drafted Zaven Collins, the things that stand out is like, wow, he's a linebacker, he's gigantic, and he's a very, very big dude. But also, his personality came out quickly. I mean, he communicates like a broadcaster, basically.
Yeah, it's a good point.
But to hear Monty Ossenfort talk about Zaven Collins and his place, and we acknowledged it with Zaven, and he was open and honest about it. His career here for 4 years, jumping from position to position and trying to find that footing, and it's an all too common tale for some defensive players on the Cardinals in recent years. But where he's at, but here's Monty Ossenfort talking about Zaven Collins, and I thought this was kind of eye opening as well. Sorry, Jared.
I love Zaven. Actually, with Zaven, we've talked about Zaven a lot. He's had his in our three. This is our third off season here. His spring this year, it's been night and day. Zaven has taken a step, and what he's doing, the way he's moving, the way he's taking care of his body this off season, it's showing. So we're expecting big things. Zaven's been a huge part of what we've done defensively the last 2 years. He's going to continue to be. His versatility. He's we went through the position switch with him, and he's really settled into that, and really looking forward to the way he can play three phases. And
yeah, making a jump when you hear that going into year 5 for a guy who's got a contract status set up for a bit now with Zaven Collins. I'm excited to see what he looks like this year.
Yeah, I also think it was interesting when we talked to Monty Ossenfort about wide receiver and wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2, and if you have either one of them. Terry McLaurin, we talked about yesterday with the Commanders. He has skipped mandatory minicamp because he wants that new contract. I thought it was interesting that Monty Ossenfort does believe that they've got enough for the moment. I did some reading on this yesterday. Apparently, Kyler Murray told a PHNX podcast that he really believes Michael Wilson can be a 1,000-yard receiver this coming year. That'd be a big jump for him because he's about half that now. He's about a 500-yard-a-season guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the differential or the dispersal last year of the receiving yardage, and I don't have it in front of me, but obviously, Trey McBride went over 1,000. Marvin Harrison Jr. went over 800. You said about 500 for Michael Wilson.
Yep.
If Michael Wilson is to be a 1,000-yard receiver, you're probably looking at 3 guys with 1,000-yard potential. And I think the potential is there, but then you also have to You have to consider what type of offense
That's
they
it.
play.
Are you going to throw the ball that much?
I mean, the Cardinals have had one time in their history in Arizona, 3 receivers get 1,000 yards, and that was the Super Bowl team.
Yes, it was.
With Fitz and with Bolden and Steve Breston, who Wolf was talking about yesterday on Wolf and Luke. They didn't run the ball very much.
No.
People knew what the Cardinals were going to do offensively. It's really, even with a 17-game schedule, it's really hard to get 3 players 1,000 yards. But I think the point is the potential is there.
Yeah. Or maybe it will be that hybrid receiver that Kyler Murray likes to talk about, Mike Dortch. Jared's scrambling right now for a sound effect.
He'll get it.
Yeah, he'll get it. He'll get it when we moved on and talk basketball.
Yeah, so thanks again
Mike
to the
Dortch.
There we go. Now we can move on. Thanks again to the Cardinals for having us out, Mark Dalton and Chris Melvin, and obviously Monty Ossenfort, Cody Simon, and Zaven Collins for joining us. Coming up next, we're going to close this thing out. Some developments maybe on a future Kevin Durant trade from the Suns to ... We'll go over some possibilities next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTAs over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and summer is brutal on homes in Arizona. You might remember last year during the heat of summer, I complained about having an air conditioning bill of $666. I thought it was proof that we live in hell. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot from being in the Arizona sun for close to 2 decades, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL player Nate Orchard, and the highest rated window company in Arizona. They offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life, and now is a great time to give them a call. Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you'll get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. I'm getting on board. Do what I'm doing. Call and beat the rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Aw, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12
12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, today's song of the day, the band Extreme and their fabulous guitar player Nuno Betancourt. You know him, right, Vinny?
Oh, me and Nuno go way back.
He is truly, truly exceptional. This is When I'm President by Extreme in honor of Zaven Collins.
In honor of Cody Simon.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, Zaven Collins would be a great president, too.
Maybe a good running mate?
What am I thinking?
You were just overly impressed with Zaven Collins.
I was impressed with all of them.
See, I've never heard this song before.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Extreme only had one song.
Yeah, right. That slow thing, the
more than words.
Yeah.
I thought they had 0 songs.
Uh-huh. Oh, no, there's...
Don't ask Sammy if he's heard this song.
You know Get the Funk Out.
There's also Wholehearted.
There's Wholehearted.
A hit too,
yeah,
but
right.
Nuno Betancourt.
Uh-huh. That's him.
I was just reading, because you mentioned this song, and I'm glad we played this. Not President's League United States of America. I don't need to hear Lump or Peaches again.
Right.
But I was reading the comments on YouTube, and they're like, "This is when rock and roll was really rock and roll." They don't make songs like this anymore.
No, they don't.
All right, When I'm President, Extreme. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Garrett just alerted. Big day coming up and starting in moments. June 11th. Today's the birthday of one Luke Lipinski.
Oh.
What'd you get him, Jarrett?
What do you get for the man who has nothing?
I thought you were going to say a personality. Come on. I don't want to hate on Luke. I love the guy.
I do too.
It's a friendly rivalry. Like Jarrett takes shots at Luke, and then they collaborate on one of those goofy videos.
Right.
Luke's always willing to play ball.
Where they look like Emu and Doug together.
Is there an origin story behind this, Jarrett?
Oh yeah.
See, I don't know.
Well, we're different kinds of personalities. You used to have a late night
Jarrett
show.
has one. Sorry.
Hey, come on.
I got into
birthday.
I got into Jarrett mode. Sorry, Luke. Happy birthday, man.
Yes. we used to work on a show together, and we sort of had just like sort of a old married couple bit between us.
Fair.
And it continues to this day.
Makes sense now.
What's the one thing Luke does in that marriage, Jarrett, that really drives you crazy?
Exists.
All that infernal breathing. Some notes today coming out. Shams Charania from ESPN has reported that the Phoenix Suns and the business partner of Kevin Durant, boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, have met multiple times over the past week. and in his words, are sifting through trade scenarios. Sources told ESPN on Wednesday the two sides are expected to work together on a potential destinations. Teams that have expressed interest in Durant, sources said, mainly feature the Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, and New York Knicks, which is basically kind of the list, the cast of characters that we've been dealing with. I know Gambo had thrown the Clippers into the mix last week, but it seems like the rumors, there's some smoke to all those rumors.
Yeah, and I'll just repeat what I told you earlier today. From what I was able to gather yesterday, I don't think there's a lot in that San Antonio proposed package that floats the Suns' boat. So I'm not, if I were going to do a Gambo 5, I would not put San Antonio at the top of the list. I'm going to go back to my initial inclination and say Minnesota's the team most interested in acquiring.
And
now, I would love to get Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges back. But I don't think the Knicks are going to win this derby.
Well, also, like, going back to what Charles Barkley told us yesterday about, the Suns just got to do what's best for them. Like, how much, if it's down between these, 5 teams, is he okay going to any of them?
That's exactly where I was going to go.
Or is it going to be like, okay, the Suns have a better offer for this team, but he really prefers this other one over them, so he's going to put the kibosh on it.
Have other teams expressed interest in KD in cooperation with the Suns, and Rich Kleiman in this whole process is like, nah, I don't want to go there, and then they get scratched off the list. You could see any one of those teams that is on Shams' list makes sense to a degree, to varying degrees for those teams. But yeah, you're a little uncovering of what you learned or what you feel from walking away from the press conference dealings and the conversations you had yesterday is pretty interesting.
Yeah. I don't think they're fans of Devin Vassell, and I'm not sure he's a great fit here, anyways.
I mean, he is a 2-guard.
Yeah,
which
named Devin.
Yeah, right.
They have success with that.
They went from Devin and Kevin to Devin and Devin.
That didn't even occur to me.
Maybe get an Evan Mobley to throw into the mix too.
Walters, Devins, just repeat names around here.
And then you get Evan D. Mobley and put the D in front of Evan, then you'd have another Devin.
Yeah.
They definitely need some D on the team.
Here's a little Suns historical nugget that people may not remember. They had this past couple years Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Did you know back in the day they once drafted a player named Devin Durant?
I did know that. I actually did know that.
It's spelled differently.
Yeah.
Durrant.
Yeah.
He was not the Durantula.
Kevin Durant got into another long Twitter thread with somebody yesterday that was very comical. It was once again of the don't blame me. Don't blame me. It's not my fault. I'm not playing tennis. This is an individual sport.
Certainly came out that way. Somebody named Hannah, who tweets under Hannah Hoops, has quite a following too, 49,000. Just an original post. I think it's time to admit Kevin Durant's trajectory after leaving Golden State is very underwhelming. Certainly not the first person who has said that, but put it out there in the realm where Kevin Durant lives. And he responded, I highly disagree. Want a debate? Somebody chimed in and said, brother, you sadly have been not been out of the second round ever since you left Golden State. Perhaps a change of scenery might change that. His response to that post, it's a team sport. I'm not playing tennis.
Wow.
Then if you're going to talk about me in that realm, you got to talk about everybody else on the team in that realm.
He's also in that thread proclaims himself to be the #1 player of all time, which I thought was wow. I mean, he's got a great body of work, but to think you're the #1?
Yeah. I mean,
come on.
It's good to have confidence in yourself.
I guess.
Look, you're the most influential sports writer in Phoenix history, right?
Stop it.
I don't know what my superlative is.
You're the #1 Maratta sports bar legend.
Oh, goodness gracious. We started. That's going to do it for us. Thanks again to Monty Fort Cody, Simon, and Zaven Collins. We're back in studio tomorrow. Happy birthday, Luke. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovig's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs made it 2 in a row last night with their 10-3 win over the Mariners, which included a 3-for-3 night from Alek Thomas, 2 triples from Corbin Carroll, a 3-run shot from Gabby Moreno, and Brandon Pfaadt's 8th win of the season. We've got some afternoon baseball today. The series will wrap up. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 12:40, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks have placed reliever Justin Martinez on the 15-day IL, as he will receive a second opinion on his MRI results of his right elbow. In the meantime, Kevin Ginkel, Bryce Jarvis, and Taylor Scott have all been called up from AAA Reno. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott was introduced to the media yesterday, and he had this to say on him earning the opportunity.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity.
For more on Jordan Ott, the Suns, and everything AZ Sports, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from Chase Field, it is the Wolf and Luke show on this half-day club between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Seattle Mariners. Wolf, what's going on, buddy?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Luke. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Wolf.
And many more.
The singing right on point.
How you doing, birthday boy?
I'm doing good, and the best part is I'm sure the grounds crew heard you singing.
Well, possibly they could have heard that, Base and Earnings. I really don't care. We are out here at Chase Field, and it feels really, really good to be out here. You know how excited we get when we're on the porch here.
Oh, yeah.
The porch at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Yes. Base and Earnings broadcasting as the Arizona Diamondbacks are getting ready to go.
You brought up this question in prehab, and it's one we have to answer, I think, right off the top of the show. You asked, okay, if you were working for the grounds crew, which job would you want to do? And I think you got to lay out some options for people that aren't here right now, since we're like the only 5 people in the stadium right now.
Okay, so what 4 positions did we notice earlier?
There was the guy raking the outfield but he was like on a mower. I don't know what he was doing.
He was on the 3-wheeler.
Okay.
That's what he was
So
right
that
there.
guy.
We're going to call it the 3-wheeler.
Okay.
He was raking the infield with a 3-wheeler. And then there was the guy on the 3-wheeler raking the outfield.
Yes.
Okay, as we all know, that's kind of cool right there. And then you had the guy dragging. He was raking the infield.
Like
but he
manually.
Yes, he was like a horse in some field, pulling a plow, basically.
Very
is what
Amish.
it comes down to. Yes, and then there was the dude who was stamping the mound and actually compacting it, much like they do at home plate as well.
I feel
that
like
would be mine.
Oh, I was going to say, I think that would be Wolf's. That's the one you would do, Rick?
Yeah, I like in the post game too.
Yeah.
The guy that's just banging on home plate, like you can hear it in the background of Steve's post game show.
Oh, yeah. I was just telling Wolf that actually off the air. I was like, when I fill in for Steve, I can't even hear what I'm saying because the guy hammering home plate is right next to us. I think I would honestly, I might be the outfield dude, Wolf, because you're just kind of out there. You're just raking the outfield.
You're raking it right there. You know what? I like a little bit more involvement, Babes. I don't need nothing against Luke, of course, who is the birthday boy here and will be the birthday boy the entire broadcast.
I was just trying to leave options for everybody.
I love the guy who stamps the thing. I mean, come on.
Shocking.
First of all, it's very, very cool that you can actually hear it. Boom, boom, and it just echoes throughout Chase Field, does it not?
Yeah.
And yet the guy is out there, and it's a very aggressive act, Base and Earnings. I don't know if you've noticed this grounds crew guy that comes out with this stamp, and it's what would you call it, Luke? Probably a 1 foot by 1 foot, and it's just flat.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a steel stamp. You're holding onto the pole, and just boom. Boom, boom, boom. You're just hammering the ground. Yes, that definitely would be. There's only one job if you're on the grounds crew, Basinonians. There's only one
guy.
job.
They
you can
probably
actually,
fight for that job
it's
every
the
day.
Stamp guy. It's just pounding the ground. That's the job I do.
I think I'd actually like to be and it might be the same person, but the one who hammers home plate like Rick was talking about, just so I could do it during somebody else's post-game show. I get my little revenge on the world.
Right.
But I don't know why they have to hammer home plate into the ground. Is it going somewhere?
I'm just wondering, too. Maybe they sit there and go, is he on? Is he? They
I
wait
see the
for
on-air
him.
light.
They wait for him.
Give
It's
me
a
the
little thing.
sledgehammer.
It's a little thing with the grounds crew. That's what they do. Let's wait till he hits the air. Start stamping the ground.
They're going to be getting Steve today. Take that, Steve. The grounds crew is going to win. Wolf, let's talk about this game that took place here last night. The Diamondbacks, this is the second time in a week they have done this. You suffer what appears to be a significant injury. I mean, you had the one to Corbin Burns last Sunday. That was definitely significant. There's no appearing on that. The Justin Martinez one on Monday appears to be significant. Both times you're like, okay, man, like that might be it. Like this is you might see this team start to pack it in. And they responded to the Corbin Burns injury by winning 4 in a row, including the game he was pitching. And they got swept by the Reds for whatever reason. Now the Justin Martinez injury, they've won 2 in a row. And last night was actually the sort of game we were talking about yesterday that we never get to see, a game where they just took the lead and won.
Yeah, say that again. Took the lead and won.
No back and forth, no roller coaster, no significant injuries, no trainers on the field, no 4-run lead blown in the ninth.
Yes.
How about just took the lead, won?
Yeah, they took the lead and won. It was a beautiful game to actually watch if you were a Diamondback fan. Yes, it was a 2-4 game in the 6th inning. They did make a little bit of a rally, the Seattle Mariners. And at the same time, in the end, as we all know, the Diamondbacks won this game going away, 10-3. When do you see that? We just don't see a lot of that with the Diamondbacks. We don't see a lot of games where they're winning going away. And that was really, really kind of nice to actually experience that. I found it really interesting to hear Torey Lovullo talking about how nice that was after the game, about how they could actually breathe a little bit, and just kind of enjoy the win. And a rock-solid performance it was, I thought, in all areas. When you think of the defense that was being played, and you know how big that is for the Diamondbacks. It's part of their culture, and it's who they are, and we haven't seen them play a very buttoned-up defensive game like we saw yesterday. It was huge for this team. Can they do it again? This is going to be the question going forward. It's not just about one game. You got to start stacking games where they play well. They play well in the field. They do well at the plate. And the pitcher takes the ball and gives his team a chance to win.
Speaking of the defense, here's Torey Lovullo after the game.
We created some awareness. We talked to them about what it looks like innings 1 through 6 and then innings 7 through 9. We are first in innings 1 through 6, and then we're last in innings 7 through 9. So to me, that's a focus, maybe a curiosity about the attack plan from the relief pitchers. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it's getting better overall. And I like clean baseball games. Whether it's the pitchers that are holding serve and doing their job and throwing the ball where they want. I think the defense has got to position themselves accordingly and play fast, accurate baseball, and that's what we do here. When we do it right, looks like it does tonight.
How crazy is that, though, for them to be, as Torey just said, so good in the first 6 innings defensively and so much worse in the final 3 innings defensively? That, 70 games into the season now almost? That can't be a total coincidence.
No, I don't think so. And once again, this is just something that I wonder about. I wonder if the intensity level just wanes a little bit. I wonder if, again, it takes so much focus. It's so different from the game of football, basically. It's where there's just mushroom clouds exploding on a football field and in a baseball game, and especially over the course of 162 baseball games, there's not mushroom clouds going off all over the place a lot of the time.
Well, there has been this season, but there shouldn't be.
Yeah, but you get my point. You don't. I wonder about that. How focused are you? Where's that concentration level? Is it there? Is that one of the reasons why you wane as you get into games and into the last 3? I don't know. I really don't, Basin Earnings. I just know that is a very interesting stat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's telling. I just don't know what it's saying. You know what I mean? But you're right. You get.
Well, it's saying you're worse defensively in the last 3 innings than you are in the first 6.
Significantly, according
Ron
to
Wolfley
Torrey,
reporting.
You go from being one of the best to one of the worst. Look, it could very well be here we are, it's the 7th inning, we're up 6, it's the middle of June, and you just feel like, okay, you're just kind of late nights in the middle of June. I had to. I mean,
Look,
it is the
birthday boy got it.
but I mean, you could see the focus, I guess, in general, maybe waning for a split second. But with the way it's gone this season, you would almost think, okay, maybe they're over-focused because they're trying so hard. I don't know what's going on, but either way, it was better last night at least.
I do wonder what is going on inside that clubhouse. I do. I've talked about this on a regular basis now. I don't know. More on this as the show unfolds, though, Basin Earnings, because I do believe there is something going on inside that clubhouse.
This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. When we come back, what are your initial impressions of Suns head coach Jordan Ott after his introductory press conference yesterday afternoon? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More on this as the show unfolds.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Look, as a football player, I suffered an awful lot of damage to my back and spine. Ron Wolfley reporting. You can only imagine how brutal it was, of course, but the people at DISC, Dr. Chris in particular, helped me in the past. And I give them my highest recommendation to you if you are battling spine or back issues. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system, man, that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief, man. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona sports.
Incredibly thankful for the journey.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to Chase Field. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. Arizona Sports Half Day Club in full effect today. Get out here and watch the Diamondbacks look for the sweep of the Seattle Mariners. Wolf, we finally got to hear from Jordan Ott yesterday. It was right after our show. He had his introductory press conference, so we can react to some of what he said. But before I play any of the audio, what was just your general impression of how he presented himself to the Phoenix fan base?
I liked his intensity level.
Yeah, I did too.
I really liked his intensity level. I liked his demeanor. I was telling you this in the not-so-beautiful part of the program, but I really like the fact that he's got this low-level buzz that I think is always going to be there. There's an expectation and an intensity level that I like. Doesn't mean everything's going to go great.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's going to be a great coach. I liked his demeanor, though. No doubt about it. And I like some of the things he said, too.
Yeah, I'm with you on the demeanor. It wasn't – look, he can't suddenly be a good coach based on what he did yesterday.
Correct.
And he wouldn't suddenly be a bad coach either based on what he did yesterday. I don't know that you're winning the fan base over until, they see that you can win games as an NBA head coach. And, again, that might be tough this season no matter who the coach is. But we talked about this yesterday, what we wanted to see or what we didn't want to see from him. And I liked the fact that he seemed like his own guy. He didn't sit down and be like, well, I'm aligned with these guys and go with Sparty and this and that. And hey, he was intense.
This is Sparta!
I don't feel like he was using buzzwords. And in fact, I really liked his answer at one point. I like that somebody asked about, hey, the perception that you just got hired because you're another Michigan State guy. And I liked his response. I think it's this one right here.
So I'll say it like this. I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity. So that excites me. That excites me going forward.
See, that's what I really liked right there, right at the end of it. That was genuine.
Yeah.
That excites me.
You could tell it was kind of sinking in.
That's to me. He went ahead and he said the right things and he did everything. He's right. He has earned the right to be here. He has. When you look at it, there's no doubt about it. If you're talking about hiring a young guy who is going to be a first-time NBA head coach, that's exactly what they did. And this guy has been around. He has paid his dues. Having said that, okay, so I like Sean Sweeney. Okay, so I like this guy. It doesn't mean Jordan Ott cannot be successful.
No, it doesn't. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say it doesn't mean he cannot be successful as well. I think that Jordan Ott is going to be a work in progress. We all understand that. We knew we were going to get that. Anytime you get a first-time head coach, Luke, it's so different. It's so different than being an assistant.
Yeah.
being the head guy, being the guy who's not only going to change schemes and make all the calls during a game, but of course is going to be the guy that is coaching all of these players outside of it and representing the team as well.
Yeah.
It's a whole different ball game.
It's his answer there, the reason that one stood out to me is because it's something that I think we've been wrestling with on the air for the last week. I think a lot of Suns fans have been wrestling with, and he kind of drew the distinction there, whether he meant to or not. Is it weird that the Suns immediately went out and hired or promoted an inexperienced guy to GM who went to Michigan State, and then that guy's first act was to hire an inexperienced coach who went to Michigan State? Yeah, it is. And I really do have concerns about that if that's how this is going to continue. But from Jordan Ott's perspective, he's been working at it, like he said, for 20 years. It's not weird that Jordan Ott got a job as a head coach. It's not. That's not the part that's weird. The weird part is that the Suns, with their two big hires, quickly went Michigan State, and inexperience with both of them. It's the combination of inexperience and Michigan State. But from Jordan Ott's perspective, and I would say just that position now, the head coaching job going forward, he's not going into job interviews being like, hey, by the way, I went to Michigan State. From his perspective, he's been working for this for 20 years, and he finally got his head coaching job. I do think the Devin Booker buy-in, and this is something you've been on for a while, the buy-in and the leadership certainly are going to be huge to Jordan Ott having success.
There's no doubt about that. There is absolutely no doubt about that. You've got to have your best player, and that is Devin Booker. I think we all expect Devin Booker to be here going into next season. At least I do, even though there are people saying you got to do it. Even Charles Barkley was talking about you might have to go with a full rebuild, not a soft rebuild, but a hard rebuild. I'm not there, Basinonians. I'm not. It's because I love Book and how he plays and how he goes about his business and the class act that Devin Booker is.
And if I'm a brand new head coach, I want that exact guy there.
That is a great thing to say right there, Luke. Your birthday, and now you're going to go and say something like that as well. Ding, 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 ding. We win the prize because of what Luke just said. That is spot on. It is, but he needs Devin Booker to be that guy and model everything that he is coaching, everything that he wants the culture to be. You can come up with the thought. You can have the culture. There's nothing wrong with a coach having the thought of how the culture is going to go, but then you've got to have the player. I talk about it over and over and over again. You have to have the player modeling that culture, or it means nothing. And by the way, you might want that player to be the most respected guy in that locker room, the most respected guy on your team. You may want to have that guy be that guy because otherwise it unravels.
Here's Jordan Ott was on with Burns and Gambo after his press conference, and they talked about needing to maintain that buy-in from Devin Booker.
Extremely, extremely high priority to connect, spend time, to meet him where he is, to listen to how he sees the game, who he is as a man, and that's going to come through this summer. And we're going to build this thing out together every step of the way. But that's the exciting piece. He has seen success, so he has a vision for what it looks like. I have seen, other ways to do it, and collaborating at each step of the way and building it out is very, very, very unique and very exciting.
It starts with one. It does. And that is Devin Booker. Rick, every time we don't have to play it every time I say it, Rick.
I don't know. I think we needed it right there.
It starts with one, and that is Devin Booker. I cannot wait to hear from Book. I really cannot wait to hear from Devin Booker what it is that he's going to say in regard to this. Last year, going into last season, we've talked about this many times. He said leadership is where he wanted to get better. He was asked the direct question, where do you want to improve? And he said leadership. I thought that was profound back then because he was spot on, and that's where he needs to get better. Now, it's critical. It is critical that he does. Because if he doesn't, Luke, you might as well go ahead and just rebuild the entire thing.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when you said it last year, it's not that you weren't right. But now it's like, I don't even think he has a choice. And I don't mean like, oh, it's time to step up. Like, I don't think you have a choice. You're talking about a first-year head coach that on some level got your support to come in. Now, they probably would have hired him even if he didn't have Devin Booker's support, but whatever. Booker has at least some level of connection with Jordan Ott, and everybody on this team is going to look up to Devin Booker next season even more than they already did. It's almost like with the Cardinals when Kyler Murray first got here, and it's not apples to apples because I think Devin Booker has been a guy that players have looked up to on the Suns from day one. I don't know that was the case with the Cardinals and Kyler, but there was a moment when all of a sudden Kyler was, as he told us last year, not the old guy because he's still not old, but a little bit older than a lot of the guys that were coming. So they just came in and naturally looked up to Kyler Murray. Everybody on the Suns next year, it's not even going to be close if any of them are as good of a player as Devin Booker. Like, he's going to be, without a doubt, by far the best player on this team, unless they bring back Kevin Durant, but it just doesn't seem like that's going to happen. We're hearing more and more that him and his management group and the Suns front office are putting together a list of teams right now.
Boy, there is so much more that I want to hear from Jordan Ott right here. The style of play that he was talking about, the fact that he was going to demand that they work. Oh man, I love this stuff. It's a little juicy for me, based on needs. So what we're going to do is spread out that good juice over the next hour and a half.
Yeah, the good news is we have plenty of time to get into it. Although, Wolf, and I know
maybe
you hate
even
this,
tomorrow as well.
That's probably we got all the time. The bad news for you, though, and I know you hate this, is we have a shorter show today. I know you have a hard time with that.
Man, why'd you bring that up, birthday boy? Why? By the way,
you'll pull it together.
Are you, 50?
Yeah, 70. All right, when we come back, how important was it that Brandon Pfaadt bounced back yesterday, and what do the Diamondbacks need from him the rest of this season? We'll get into that next.
That was funny.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity, so that excites me.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side. And NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports Hour.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. They love to say your move is their mission, and it is their mission, my brothers. They proudly support and hire veterans to join their moving team. This is what I love. That's right, Basinonians. They love our country, and they proudly support and hire veterans to help move you. That's why you can trust Moving Team 6. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer, and they want to earn your trust. One of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. Moving Team 6 utilizes a military-like approach. This is what I love. They're professional. They're efficient. They're on time and reliable. It's one of the big reasons why they hire veterans. You have to check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you when you go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to sweep the Seattle Mariners this afternoon at Chase Field. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury host top draft pick Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings tonight at PHX Arena. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Why Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to whyrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Why Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. New Suns coach Jordan Ott makes a positive first impression with hurdles ahead, writes Dan Bickley. Ott defends his Michigan State ties, saying, "I've earned the right to be here." And the defense steers D-backs to a blowout win over the Mariners. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Why Refi.
Back here at Chase Field for the Arizona Sports Half Day Club, it is Wolf and Lucas. The Diamondbacks look for the sweep over the Seattle Mariners here this afternoon. Wolf first pitch 12:40. Erod is on the mound for the Diamondbacks. Brandon Pfaadt was on the mound for the Diamondbacks last night, and I would say that went pretty well for Brandon Pfaadt, who
You gotta fight!
Yeah, Brandon.
For your right to party!
Yes.
continues to get a decision in most of the games he starts. What is he? He's 8-4 now, and I think he's made 15 starts. But he had been struggling. We detailed this yesterday on the show. It wasn't just that horrible outing against Washington on May 31st. The follow-up game against the Braves wasn't great. Really, if you went through all of May, if you had gone from May 1st until the start of yesterday's game, his ERA was 9.10. Very un-Brandon Pfaadt-like. So he goes out there yesterday and gives them 5 innings, allows just the 2 runs right at the end. That seems to be where the deep-back starters get hit for runs.
Back-to-back, right?
Yeah.
Back-to-back home run solo shots. And, that kind of did put a black spot on the outing right there.
The numbers don't look as great as the performance mostly was.
Yeah, Brandon Pfaadt, Masononians. Where do you start on Brandon Pfaadt right now? I think he's got to continue to develop more so than any other guy, I think, in the rotation right now. I'm talking about developing. The expectation I have for Zach Gallen is different than what I have for anybody else. I don't look at Zach Gallen as developing.
Yeah.
I look at Zach Gallen, go be Zach Gallen. Merrill Kelly. I look at Merrill Kelly. Hey, Merrill, you just go be yourself,
just
right?
Go be Merrill.
Go be Merrill. Same thing with Corbin Burns. When you get these guys who are established, even Erod, I would say, hey, listen, we know what you are. Just go out and be who you are, okay? Now that hasn't always been the case, but I don't look at Erod as he's developing. I do look at Brandon Pfaadt as he still is a starter in development for the Diamondbacks right now. But, man, yesterday he seemed to fought himself the entire game.
Yeah, it's funny you ask where do you start with Brandon Pfaadt, and for me, it's where I feel like they needed him to be at the start of the season to where I feel like they need him to be now. And at the start of the season, at least for me, the rotation went Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Eduardo Rodriguez, and then Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah.
Brandon Pfaadt was, to your point, the one guy in the rotation that was still developing. Hey, man, go out there. And if you want to pitch like a number 4 starter, that's great because you're our number 5 starter. That'll be great. We won't even have a number 5. We'll just have a couple number 4s or whatever. We're at the point now with Corbin Burns out and Erod struggling the way he largely has this season where I almost view it like, honestly, as we sit here right now, I go Merrill Kelly, then it needs to be Zach Gallen. He's got to be one of your top 2. And then Brandon Pfaadt really probably needs to be a solid number 3 starter right now. Because Ryan Nelson is an unknown. We all like the guy, and when he steps in with his back to the wall in a starter's role, he's been really good. But, he got lit up last time, and his ERA for the season is not amazing, Ryan Nelson. So I expect good things. I think we all do. But in terms of what you feel like you should be able to count on, you should be able to count on Brandon Pfaadt as a starter more because Ryan Nelson wasn't even really a starter until a week ago. Yeah, you're right. For me, too, yesterday I have to think about Brandon Pfaadt and how the game went for him. Because, as we know, he allowed a small village on the base paths. He did.
Okay? Especially through the first 3 innings. 5 hits and 1 base on ball. But he didn't allow a run in the first 5 innings.
That's a skill.
And he was playing with fire. There's no doubt about it. But didn't allow a run until the 6th inning when he grooved a fastball and Arruzione went deep on that one.
Yeah, there was a couple hits there that might not have landed yet.
But to me, once again, I love the fact that he continued to battle his way through it.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately is a good step towards getting back to how he's pitched before.
Yeah, and that's it's not a hypothetical with him. We've seen him pitch well before as a starter. We saw him be the one consistent last year just in terms of being able to make starts, and that was really his rookie year. That was his first full season, and we saw how clutch he was in the postseason run 2 years ago. They don't make it to the World Series without Brandon Pfaadt. It's not even open to debate. So it's not like you're looking for something from him just based on the peripherals and saying he could be this pitcher. We've seen him be the pitcher they need him to be. And last night, was it perfect? No, it wasn't. As you said, small village on the base paths. Felt like every time you looked up, there was a couple Mariners out there looking around. But he got through it, and he got the win. He's got 8 wins now this season. Here he is after the game.
I think command was better. Gabby did a great job with the game plan and kept me focused and kept me in the zone for the most part. And the defense was great today. And Gurriel robbing that homer and then coming up a few innings later with a homer of his own. I think that set the tone, and the offense and defense came to play tonight.
And I love that he referenced the defense as well. Oh, my goodness, the play that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. makes out there in the field, right? That was nice. Really, really special right there. Eugenio Suarez as well. Ketel Marte with a great 4-3 double play, step on the bag himself. Right, and that was a great play. Josh Naylor as well picked the ball, robbed a guy of extra bases, I should say. But to me, they had guys make great plays, game-changing plays. And that, to me, is what I want to see more of because that's what we saw last year.
Yeah.
That was part of this team's identity. Part of their characteristic, their collective characteristic was to play well in the field. I want to see more of that.
It's how they're going to have to win. I was thinking about this during the game last night, Wolf. The Corbin Burns injury is just devastating. It's just there's no way around it. Like, I'm not saying that they can't still pull this together and make the postseason. You and I talked about this last week. Before they added Corbin Burns, we both thought they should be a postseason team. Then you add Corbin Burns, right? And to me, that went from, hey, postseason team to, hey, a postseason team you don't want to play against in the postseason because they can run Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly out there. That's devastating to lose him. The Justin Martinez one, and as of right now, he's just on the 15-day IL. We'll see how this plays out. To me, that I want to say this the right way. I think there's at least a path where you can overcome it. You could go out and trade for a closer. You know what I mean? Like there is a path where that doesn't have to end your season. Now, to me, there's no more entertaining pitcher in all of baseball than Justin Martinez. So it cuts into the fun quotient of this team without having J-Mart out there. And don't get me wrong, it hurts. But there is at least a way around it if you're going to start playing defense like that and you're going to start hitting like that again. They've been hitting that way. But this team's strength now has to be starting pitching if they're going to do this. It has to be.
Yes. You also brought up Justin Martinez right there. Did you read anything into the sprained UCL? Did you read into – because that's different. That is different than Corbin Burns. They didn't say anything like that.
That's true.
In regard to Corbin Burns.
Yeah.
So I do wonder about that right there, the verbiage that they used to describe that.
Yeah.
I think that is something to be encouraged about.
You're right. I did think that too. Baseball's just such a mess with these injuries because I'm not a doctor. And so then you think, hey, sprained UCL, maybe that's better. But then you think, so why did he have like dead arm or something a couple weeks ago? Or are they not even related? You know what I mean? It feels like such a mystery to 99.9% of the population. And I'm in that percent of the population where it's just like, hey, should I try to connect these dots or are they totally unrelated? So I want to be encouraged by it. But it says a lot about where we are this season when we're encouraged by degrees of guys' injuries, right?
Right.
All right, either way, a nice win last night. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. When we come back, as Kyler Murray entering his football prime, we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You down with OTT?
What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. Introducing Jordan Ott as our new head basketball coach.
I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Arrow.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Dr. Joe is a good friend of mine. I can tell you right now, he's owned Aria Dental Implant Center for over 20 years. He's got 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles for the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Man, it does. The all-on-4, I've had the all-on-4. This can be a game changer for you personally, professionally, and socially. In most cases, patients can receive the final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery, if you could believe that. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Tell them Wolf sent you, by the way. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out, right? You go out to a sporting event, concerts, get food, whatever. And when you're out, why not build up your credit while you're doing it? With the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway. And this is important, you can avoid interest as you're doing it. It makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors for you. It makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one. You get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp now.
All right, welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke. We're going to be back at Cardinals minicamp tomorrow. We were out there yesterday, Wolf. The only reason we're not out there today is a pretty good reason. We're out here at Chase Field as the Diamondbacks get set to try to sweep the Seattle Mariners right out of town. But at Cardinals minicamp yesterday, Kyler Murray talked to the media for the first time, really kind of, if you consider this the start of this season. We've heard from him a little bit in the offseason. Actually, we talked to him on the show about a month or so ago. But he was asked how he feels about himself and the team heading towards the 2025 football season.
I feel great. Personally feel the best I've ever felt. As far as the unit goes, I love what obviously JG and Monty and the guys upstairs have done. I believe the game starts in the trenches, and I think we attack that area for sure. For me, now it's just about going and doing it on the field during the season.
What did you think about Kyler Murray saying that I believe the game starts in the trenches? You don't always hear quarterbacks say that.
I wanted to hug him. Okay, there's no doubt about it, Kyler. I wanted to hug you right there because that is a paradigm shift. I think, Kyler may have believed this the last few years, yet at the same time, we haven't heard him talk about that very often right there. And, I think a lot of it's got to do with the fact that he's a quarterback, Basinonians, and they like to throw the ball. They do. But I think Drew Petzing and JG and this culture of the Arizona Cardinals is starting to settle in with Kyler Murray, and hopefully he's going to become the tip of the spear on that culture in regard to this is how we play football, which is going to be a very, very physical brand, physical style of football. It's one of the things I love the most about this coaching staff. They just don't talk about it, Basinonians. They don't just talk about it, they believe it. And I think when this is all said and done, when this year happens, and Lord willing, they actually get into the postseason, I think we're all going to be able to see clearly the reason why this culture, this team, this organization changed its path over the course of 3 years is because of their core belief in players and the attitude of players and the intensity and the aggressiveness and the physicality and the, dare I say, violence, and we all mean within the white lines, violent players in between the white lines. It's going to be because of that they ultimately turn this around. And that's what Kyler, I think, is alluding to.
I think it also just it reflects kind of what you're saying, how it reflects buy-in. I mean, Kyler may have felt that way his whole career. He may have felt that way since he was in high school. Yeah, the game starts in the trenches. You're right. You don't hear it from him. You really don't hear it from any quarterback, because how often can a quarterback, how often are they really in a position to be physical unless they're like Josh Allen, right? But to hear him say that and to just say it naturally, it was part of a different answer. To me, it just shows the buy-in to what Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing and certainly Nick Rawlis and Monty Austinfort and these guys have been preaching. And we know Kyler's bought in. I mean, we had him on the show last offseason, too. And remember, he stopped just short of basically calling Drew Petzing a genius. And then he kind of was like, I don't want to call him a genius, but that's kind of how I feel he is, you know? So just to have that sort of buy-in, I don't know. I hear Kyler Murray talk, especially yesterday, and we always have the discussion of like, hey, man, if things don't go well this season, if you miss the playoffs, then anything's on the table when it comes to your quarterback. And that's 100% true. It's the NFL. I'm sure Kyler knows that too. But when you hear Kyler talk or you see how he is around his teammates, I don't think he's thinking that he's going anywhere. You know what I mean? I think he's fully just, let's go make the playoffs this year. This feels like he views this as his team, whereas a few years ago, maybe he did, but it didn't feel that way from the outside.
Listen, there's a lot that has to happen right now, but I think we all agree that this is going to be a massive year, a paradigm year, if you will, a paradigm shift for Kyler Murray this year. I believe that, Basin Audience. I do. I think they have to go to the postseason, and I think Kyler Murray has got to be a big reason why they're going to the postseason. At the end of this season, I think that's going to be almost a must going forward. That's why I'm really interested to see how Kyler reacts to this. This season in particular, this is it. Year 3, Calvin Beacham was talking to us about this very thing. The fact that these guys are having the conversation inside the locker room that it's time, that this is the year. Right now, we've got everything we need. Now we got to put it together, and we got to go out and win more games than we lose. We got to go out there and win games late. We got to go out there and win games in the second half of the season, and we got to get into the postseason. And if we don't, there's going to be real changes.
Yeah. I mean,
I think we all get that.
We're going to get clarity this season, one way or the other.
Totally.
Everybody is, and you knew 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it's kind of like where we are with the Suns right now. Okay, are we going to start to see signs that you're building something? And we're going to have to be patient, but are you going to give us, obvious reasons why it's worth being patient? And I think they did. They won 4 games that, you knew that season it wasn't going to be about wins or losses. And I think even last year it was frustrating in the moment, and it's frustrating because of how it ended. But you double your win total, you're doing something better than you did the year before. But I felt, at least going into each of the last 2 years, it was going to take some projecting on the fans' part to kind of look forward and see where this is going. Well, it was going towards this year. They're either a playoff team and this is working, or they're not, and there's going to be some alterations.
Last year, I think back to the first 10 games of the season before the bye. There it was. It was plain. It was obvious. This was a better football team at 6-4, and they had already played the tougher part of their schedule with 7 games to go. I go back to that point, and that to me is everything that Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals have got to prove in 2025. They can win games in November, they can win games in December. They can win games in January. They can win games in the second half of the season. And, oh, by the way, Kyler Murray can be one of the big reasons why they're winning games.
It's crazy when you look back at last season, since you bring that up, that before the bye they were 6-4, okay? But they nearly beat Buffalo in week 1. It was a 6-point game in Buffalo. I maintain they still should have, or at least been tied with, if not beat, Detroit in week 3, because Mack Wilson Sr. scored a touchdown that didn't count for no reason. and they lost the game 20-13. His touchdown didn't count at the end of the first half because the refs couldn't tell time. He should have had 7 more points. And I actually think Detroit went down and got points on that drive too. So either way, you go 6-4, but you nearly beat 2 of the very best teams in the NFL in that stretch too. But then the flip side is you come out of the bye and you can't beat anybody. And both of those stories, both of those things are true things, and they're both parts of the Arizona Cardinals story right now.
And again, okay, let's focus on 2025.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, because
let's move forward, because
we're not going to talk. We're not going to talk. We're not going to talk about the. Okay, we're not going to talk about the Carolina game. We're not going to do it on Luke's birthday.
No,
we're not going to do it.
All these people
Stop
can hear
it.
us. I don't want them to hear
2025, man. What needs to happen is Kyler Murray has got to be better with Marvin Harrison Jr. You know my thoughts on this, Basinonians. I've talked about this many, many times, but it really will set off a chain reaction, a great chain reaction for this team. So because of that I think is what's got to happen. Now, that's presuming an awful lot actually continues to happen the way we think it's going to, that a Walter Nolan is going to get better, that he's going to, especially maybe in the second half of the season, these rookies can really make a better impact in games in the second half. But who knows what these young guys might actually do for the Arizona Cardinals in the first part of the season. We'll have to wait and see, but I think a lot of that is going to be very important that they do.
And you're going to have injuries. Every NFL team has injuries, but it's just how do you navigate them, and do you take advantage of the games where you're as close to fully healthy as you're going to be? You know what I mean? Every team you play is going to be beat up after week 1, basically, and you're going to be beat up to some level, but do you take advantage of the opportunities in front of you, and can you weather the storm when you do have injuries? All right, we come back, hour number 2 of the show. We'll start it with the Suns. Did their new head coach, Jordan Ott, answer the questions we had for him in his introductory press conference yesterday? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, trade deadline, the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller. Yep. They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You know, All Pro Shade Concepts, they are celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. It's one of the things that I love. The basin is heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. They came out to the compound, man, and they advised us on our shading needs and what our options were. I can tell you, it's one of the best things we ever did. Now through November, think about this. Now through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. That's right, Shoes for Soldiers. What you need to do is go to allproshade.com or text SHOES to 620-620. That's SHOES to 620-620 for All Pro Shade Concepts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS Store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and how does someone go from getting nothing after being hurt in an accident to recovering $10 million? They hire Sweet James Accident Attorneys. That's what a victim did after they were hit by a semi-truck and seriously injured. And remember, the goal of insurance companies is to pay you as little as possible, so don't take it on alone. Hire a world-class firm like Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to sweep the Seattle Mariners this afternoon at Chase Field. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury host top draft pick Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings tonight at PHX Arena. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
We have the draft coming. We have Summer League coming. So that's where my mind is.
Suns. A new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason. With Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from Chase Field. D-backs Mariners here in about an hour and a half. D-backs looking for the sweep of Seattle. But, Wolf, right now we're talking basketball because Jordan Ott was officially introduced as the Suns' new head coach yesterday. By the way, actually, side note, Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM, is going to join us here in a little bit, right out here in left field. Cold beer and cheeseburgers.
Well, how cool is that?
Yeah.
Fitzy.
Get his thoughts on. Feels like we have Hazen every 3 weeks. We have Fitz every 3 weeks. And we have Amiel Sadeh every 3 weeks.
Amiel.
And, dude, poor Mike Hazen seems to always get the rotation when they're coming off a loss.
The freaky Mike Hazen.
Yeah, that's true. Now they've won a couple.
Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing.
From New Zealand.
Okay, sorry.
But they win a couple games, and it's like, oh, we must have Fitz tomorrow. Sure enough, he'll be here today after a couple wins. All right, so back to the Suns. Jordan Ott was asked yesterday what kind of head coach he wants to be.
Moving that 12 inches over is different. But I'm always going to bank on who I am as a person. That hasn't changed. I think if you ask around the people that I've been around, we're going to demand that you work. That's where it's going to start. I want them to know and believe that I'm going to help them. We, this place, we're going to help them. We're going to help them at every phase of their game. We're going to help develop them, get to a new level that they didn't think they could get to. And it's going to take all of us. And then it's tough. It's tough to play in the NBA. And I want them to know when they're out there playing that we're together. Not only your teammates, but us as coaches, all the support staff, we're all here to find solutions. And then after the game, we'll talk about it, evaluate it, get to the next.
Oh, okay, so I love that right there. Does that surprise you, Luke, that I loved, especially when he said, we're going to demand that you work? Again, his whole demeanor, I love his demeanor. He wasn't over the top, but, man, could you feel the intensity when he said, we're going to demand that you work? That's where it's going to start.
Yeah.
Man, that is so important to me, again, that you've got a guy that is speaking like that, because you don't hear a lot of that. You don't hear a lot of that in the NBA, that we're going to demand that you do something. We're going to demand that you work. And I love that, because there's a lot of guys in the NBA who do work hard. There's no doubt about that. They just don't want you to tell them that you're going to work them hard and demand that they work hard.
Yeah.
They like to actually pace themselves, a lot of these players. Having said that, he's basically setting the point of admission for the Phoenix Suns. If you're not going to work, if you're not going to be a guy that is going to work hard, you're not going to be here.
And
that's the price of admission now for the Phoenix Suns.
That's the only way this will work for this team, for lack of a better word, I guess, is if they set that sort of standard and that sort of culture. Because if you look up and down the Western Conference, I fully believe it's a cop-out when if a team says, yeah, it might take us 4 or 5, 6 years to rebuild. It shouldn't. There's no excuse for that. It should never take 4 or 5 or 6 years to rebuild. It might end up doing that, but if you go into it with that mentality, it just shouldn't. You should be able to turn things around much quicker than that. Now, do I think the Suns can turn it around next year? No, probably not. I mean, they're trying to work their way out of the second apron, but it shouldn't take years and years and years. And you definitely shouldn't go into it with the idea that it's going to take 5 or 6 years. But they're in the Western Conference. You have to deal with the reality of that. And certainly from our perspective looking in, they are in a conference where Oklahoma City looks like they could go on a run. And there's all these other teams between the Suns and Oklahoma City. Potentially the Spurs might be the second best team if they end up pulling off a trade for Kevin Durant. The way it's going to work is if you do zig where some of the other teams are zagging. And I don't mean go way out there on a limb and do crazy things that may or may not work. But setting a standard where we're going to be the hardest working team, or we're going to go out there and be one of that is a proven recipe for success that maybe a lot of teams don't emphasize.
Yeah, no, that's a good point by you right there. I'm kind of shocked, even though it is your birthday. I'm going to be nice.
That's two in the same show.
Yeah, I know. You know what else I love too? It's not just demand that you work. We're going to demand how you work.
Yeah.
Okay? We're going to demand of you how we're going to work. I think of Devin Booker. I can't get it out of my head.
Well, he's the only player on the team right now.
Thank you very much, Luke. I appreciate that. I think of Book and the fact that he said, fundamentally, remember last year when he was talking about we don't do the little things. We're not doing the little things, and the little things are what help you win. And he's so right, because you got to start with that fundamentally. It's the little things that you have to do. So it's not only we're going to demand that you work, but it's how you go about your business as well, like the little things. Could you see Jordan Ott really stressing the fundamentals of the game? Yes, I know it's the NBA. Yes, I know talent wins in the NBA. It rules in the NBA. Yet at the same time, you have to have a mindset of checking all the boxes and doing the little things. Fundamentally sound basketball teams. It's funny, I look at OKC. I look at Indiana right now. I see two teams that are fundamentally sound basketball teams, offensively and defensively. This is what I think the Phoenix Suns are trying to accomplish. I know a lot of teams, it's easy to say, well, of course, they're in the NBA Finals. I get that. and it's a copycat league. That's the way that it works in professional sports for the most part. But having said that, there's trying to emulate that, and then there's doing everything you can to try to emulate
making
that.
it the emphasis.
Exactly. Making it, this is no joke. This is how we're going to play, and it's not okay to go out and get somebody like, I don't know, Karl Anthony Towns, because he's not a two-way player.
Yeah, no.
He's not.
And he's proven he's not. That's why I really liked Dave Bliss as an option. And I don't know, maybe they interviewed him and they didn't feel like he is the right fit, whatever. They don't feel like that he is that instrumental in what Oklahoma City's doing. I don't know. But Oklahoma City, yes, obviously they're going to, I believe, going to win the title. I think most people believe that. You look at them and you're like, okay, let's copy them. Well, I'm not saying copy them in the sense of, that's easy. Just go get SGA and then go get Chet Holmgren with the first pick. And then, I'm just saying the way they play, it is an eye-opener even watching SGA, and we've all seen him play for years, but you watch him in some of these games in the playoffs, and it's just like, he's going to put up 35. He's also going to have like 3 ridiculous steals in the game where the guy's past him and he just reaches back and takes the ball.
Right.
Some of that.
By the way, can we get Lou Dort too, please?
Hey.
Can we?
I'm right there with you.
This dude.
Because I don't think they can keep all of them.
Man, I'm just saying, Lou Dort. Are you kidding me? You put Book, Lou Dort, and Mikal Bridges. I'm good to go. Let's roll.
You've started something right there, because not only do you have 3 favorites in the city, but you have a trifecta that would actually work to build around.
Man,
I don't know how realistic it is to get either, but I don't think Oklahoma State's going to be able to keep everybody. Anyway, that's we only got to one of the cuts. We're going to play a lot more cuts tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. More Jordan Ott tomorrow.
This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball, gear, and great memories. When we come back, how much pressure is there on the Cardinals to make the playoffs right now? Or is it more of an expectation than pressure? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 2-2 pitch here from Jarvis. And it's rolled over to second. Cattell to Perdomo. There's one. And on to first. That's 2. And that is your ball game with it. The Diamondbacks dominate the Mariners in this one by a final score of 10-3.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Summer is here. Summer is calling. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool, Basinonians? With temperatures already rising, the best time to start building is right now. Believe it or not, yes, indeed. You can still get it in. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they are known for the fastest build times in Arizona. Start today and be splashing, grilling, and relaxing this summer. The clock is ticking, though. It's one of the reasons why you got to head on over to Presidential Pools' free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance. This is something that Presidential Pools will give you. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights as well while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke. We are out at Chase Field today as the Diamondbacks get set to take on the Seattle Mariners. Game 3 of this 3-game series. It's the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club. But we were out at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center yesterday, and we'll be out at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center tomorrow, Wolf. And one of the guys, I got to say, the Cardinals, I know I've said this a couple times, they have set us up with some really good interviews, especially when you throw in OTAs too. But we knew, we saw the lineup yesterday of who we were going to get, and it's like, okay, Drew Petzing, well, we know he's a good interview. Michael Wilson, okay, well, we know he's a good interview. Kelvin Beachum, well, we know he's a really good interview.
Oh, my goodness, Beach, just stop it. It's almost embarrassing for every other person that likes to speak, whether it's on television, radio, doesn't matter. Knock it off, Beach.
He talked about how this is it. This is 2025. The Cardinals got to find a way to get into the playoffs.
At the end of the day, we understand, and I think this locker room really understands how important this year is on so many different levels. And I know many people don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. We got to get things done here this year. And that's just right. The nature of the NFL. This is a performance-based business. This is year 3 of this regime. Playoffs are long overdue.
He says, and I've heard him say this, a couple times now this offseason, Wolf, but to hear him say it to us in person yesterday, it's funny how he set it up. Not everybody wants to talk about the elephant in the room. I think the fans want to hear that. You want to hear that the players, it's one thing when the players are like, hey, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Well, yeah, I mean, every player is going into the season expecting to win. They're not going in like, well, I guess I'll see you next year. But to hear that sort of mentality collectively from the team and to see it in their moves in the offseason of this sense of urgency that wasn't there the last 2 years, to hear Kelvin Beachum verbalize it, I think if I'm a Cardinals fan, I want to hear that.
Yes, I would agree with that. You definitely want to hear that, but it is one thing to say it in front of a camera or a microphone, and then it's quite another thing to actually sit at your locker and talk to your locker mate about it, or guys around there, or on the bus, or on the plane, wherever you may be. The fact that you're looking at each other saying, man, all the excuses are gone right now. We have everything we need. Base earnings, can I just tell you right now, going into a lot of the seasons that I went into, I knew that it was going to be tough for us to be good.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be tough for us to be good. I knew we were going to have a hard season a lot of the time. Yet at the same time, it was going to change my approach. No way in the world was it going to change my approach. And I think this is what the Arizona Cardinals have inside this locker room right now with a lot of the players. It is the price of admission, but that is part of it. You have to have that kind of mentality, and I think they do have that mentality. Having said that, though, everyone is a realist as well. Most guys, I shouldn't say everybody. There are some guys that are Jedi mind tricking themselves. But for the most part, you know if you honestly have a chance or if you do not.
Yep.
And I think right now, there is no way in the world you can look at the last 2 years and the way this team has gotten better and developed and not have an expectation of saying we're going to go into the postseason this year or bust. And I think they know it. I think the players know it, and they realize what is at stake, and that's why I followed up with a question to them in regard to, are you guys talking about this? How prevalent is this kind of conversation?
Yeah. You know, progression's not always linear. I think Michael Wilson said that to us yesterday, not necessarily about the whole team, but just in terms of individual
Sounds
players.
like something a guy from Stanford would say.
I figured I would try to quote somebody from Stanford to see if it would make me sound smarter. But he's right. Progression isn't always linear, and you can be getting better overall, but be taking a step back, but then taking 2 steps up, and then you're doing this and that. But as a team, the next logical step for the Arizona Cardinals, it's not win the Super Bowl. It's not get to the Super Bowl. Now, sports aren't logical. Who knows? Go on that run. But the next logical step is to make the playoffs. That doesn't guarantee anything. It really, truly does not guarantee anything. But honestly, Wolf, their slogan for this season should just be the 2025 Arizona Cardinals. It's time. Like, that should just be the slogan. It is time now to get in. As Kelvin Beachum just said.
I like that, Luke. Yeah, it's time. You're just bottom lining it right there. You know what's interesting? You need your quarterback to play well to get into the postseason. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Thank you. Let me write that down.
You need your quarterback to play well. And Kyler Murray, of course, has played well in the past. He has. He's gone to 2 Pro Bowls, as a matter of fact. 1 Rookie of the Year. This is a guy that has played at a high level, played well. His team just didn't win. Right now, they need Kyler Murray to go out and play well. The onus is on Kyler, and Kyler understands that and knows it. The onus is on him to lead this team. Be one of the reasons why they get
Arizona
into the postseason.
sports.
Oh my goodness!
Breaking news.
This is amazing. Great news, Rick. What is this?
I hesitated to hit the breaking news, but I think I should here. According to the New York Post, the New York Knicks are no longer in the mix to trade for Kevin Durant.
Huh.
Rick, don't ever do this again. Don't ever come in with breaking news that nobody wants to hear.
Wait, so it has to be good news? That's what...
I'm just saying right now. Okay. So you're saying
I don't
that,
believe it.
okay, this is posturing.
The New York Post has learned that
that's
there is
what it is.
No, the Knicks are not in the mix. So that means no Mikal Bridges.
Okay. Well, I realize that.
Well, for a
Rick.
year, maybe.
Yeah, but how about, okay, you come out and you're posturing. Oh, you think we're interested? We're not. Watch this. Boom. Dead. I don't think it's over.
I don't either.
Why would you make that kind of proclamation?
You would only make it if you were still interested. Now, I'm not saying he's going to the Knicks, but you would never come out and be like, no, there's no way. Look,
I don't know. Maybe they're sick and tired of hearing about it. Maybe they did just want to nix it. I don't know.
No pun intended.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
Boy, how about that? For me, though, I'll believe it when I see it.
The 2 teams above any of them that I truly believe should be going all in on Durant, relatively all in, and you don't have to blow up your core to do this, are the Rockets, because you are what you are if you don't get Kevin Durant. Or somebody, you get Giannis. And the Knicks, because the path, if the Knicks got Kevin Durant, how do you pick anybody else in the Eastern Conference over them next year? How do you do that? So I'll believe that when I see it. I do tend to believe there's something to him going to San Antonio, but we'll see.
Okay. Can I just say right now,
as I'm thinking about this, basically, I am getting a little verklempt. And the reason being is because is there a way you could actually contact Kevin Durant and see if he would be okay with going to the New York Knicks
you think he was
in
like,
the offseason? And maybe, I don't know, maybe they went ahead and they had somebody contact him and actually had a conversation in regard to this. And he's not interested in being a New York Knick. And if that is the case, would you ever trade to acquire him?
You can't.
No,
you can't. It's not just a Kevin Durant thing. You can't trade for Giannis if Giannis doesn't want to be on your team. You can't. But I think the Knicks, if that's not the case, the Knicks are in a position where they could trade for Durant and not have to give up so much that it's not even worth getting him back. You know what I mean? Like the Knicks can make a trade for Kevin Durant and keep Jalen Brunson and keep Josh Hart and keep OG Anunoby and keep all these pieces. The other thing, though, that I would say, and I still don't believe that they're just out, but the other complicating factor with the Knicks, we played that cut from Brian Windhorst yesterday where he said, look, for the Knicks to make any trade, they want Karl Anthony Towns to be involved for any significant trade. That doesn't mean you can't make a trade with the Knicks, but you're going to have to get a third team involved. And it probably means you're not getting Mikal Bridges from the Knicks because they're not giving up Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges. But
the dream is dead.
Well, for a year.
Yeah.
Just go sign Mikal in a year.
Yeah. We'll see.
Unless he gets an extension.
No,
I know. Knock it off.
Enough of this. This is why nobody can trade for Karl Anthony Towns.
Such a downer, Rick.
Yeah, but this isn't breaking news. This is breaking sadness. All right, we're gonna get back to baseball. We're gonna feel better about things with some baseball. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So text water to 620-620. Help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. All right, when we come back, we're out here at Chase Field. Can the Diamondbacks pull off the sweep over the Seattle Mariners? We're going to preview Game 3 next with D-backs on deck. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson. It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Man, it was a great night last night at Desert Ridge AMC. That's right, Retirement on the Brink, the new documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat now at Retirement on the Brink. That's right, there's 2 more evenings in which you're going to be able to see Retirement on the Brink. Just go to retirementonthebrink.com. It was a great night last night. Trajan Wealth has helped me so much, Basinonians. The simple truth is that there is more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses. Trajan Wealth can help you design a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and your circumstances. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, according to the New York Post, the New York Knicks are no longer interested in trading for Phoenix Suns star Kevin Durant. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to sweep the Seattle Mariners this afternoon at Chase Field. First pitch is in just about an hour at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury host top draft pick Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings tonight at PHX Arena. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
We are out here at Chase Field. It's the best place to do the D-backs on deck segment. Wolf is from this deck at the D-backs game.
This feels really good.
Pretty nice, huh?
Like we're doing the pregame.
Yeah.
Little pregame show right here.
For 10 minutes, that guy's not even hammering home plate over there. We can actually hear what we're saying.
That's right. Take that, Zeke.
Diamondbacks with a chance to get back to 500 today. They are, of course, 33-34. The Mariners are 33-33. First pitch is at 12:40. You can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf, let's start with the pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. It is Erod, Eduardo Rodriguez. Yes, that guy right there against Brian Wu of the Seattle Mariners.
Boy, this is really a big game right here for Eduardo Rodriguez. We all understand how important it is that every starter in this rotation go out and pitch up to the abilities and the skill level that he possesses. They need that the rest of the way. They need to score runs, but they need every starter who is capable to take the ball, especially with the bullpen being what it is right now. They need every starter, which would have been the strength, which should have been, I should say, the strength of this team at the start of the season. As we all know, they need every guy to go out and pitch up to their capability. We have not seen that from Erod.
No.
We have not. We have not seen that from Zach Gallen.
Nope.
We have not seen that from anybody. We have not even seen that from Brandon Pfaadt, as a matter of fact. He's got to be better. We have seen it from Merrill Kelly.
And that's about it.
And that's about it.
And you could get away with it for a little bit because Corbin Burns was pitching to his potential, and his potential is winning a Cy Young. So you could get away with it a little bit. That safety net is gone. You're so right. Now starting pitching has to be a strength of this team, and it's going to have to be 1 through 5 instead of just having a true ace and Merrill Kelly pitching like a borderline ace. You're going to have to go 1 through 5. So all eyes on Erod today. He's made one start since his trip to the injured list. He went 5 innings, gave up 2 earned runs against the Reds on Friday. So not awful.
No.
That if that's a step forward, it looks like a step in the right direction.
But as we all know, being good, being great, signing a 4-year, $80 million contract is about being consistent.
Yep.
Do it again.
Yeah, when you start to look at pitchers that are here beyond this year for the Diamondbacks, Merrill Kelly's not signed past this year. Zach Gallen's not signed past this year. Okay, yeah, the younger guys like Brandon Pfaadt are. Corbin Burns is, but we don't know when he's going to be able to pitch. Erod is signed, so they need to get Erod right, or he needs to get himself right. Brian Woo's pitching pretty good for the Mariners, a 3.07 ERA, a 5-3 record. Let's get the injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Diamondbacks placed relievers Justin Martinez and Christian Montes de Oca on the 15-day injured list with elbow injuries yesterday. Torey Lovullo, before the game yesterday, tried to figure out why these injuries keep happening to Diamondbacks pitchers.
I'm working through the same things that Justin is, trying to figure this out, figure out this portion of it. At 6:40, I'll compartmentalize it, go out there and do my best to help this team win a baseball game. And then after that, I'll probably go back to doing some of my own personal soul searching. But it's hard. It's very hard when players as impactful and as meaningful as some of the ones that are entering into a different level of injury and stepping away for an unexpected period of time. It's hard to work through that. So I don't know how I feel.
What are your
when
thoughts?
I do, I'll let you know. How does that sound?
Sorry about that, Tori. What are your thoughts on that, Luke?
I remember, was it Dre Jameson? There was a pitcher a couple years ago that had to have Tommy John. I think it was Dre Jameson, and Lovullo just beat himself up over it. And I don't believe the manager has control over whether or not a guy gets injured, unless, you're just being ridiculous and you're throwing him 150 pitches a night, and in this day and age, that seems like that'll cause an injury. So I can only imagine what Lovullo is going through when he talks about soul searching right now, when their pitchers are just dropping like flies on this team.
Yeah, I know. Once again, I think you have to do that. It's typically something you're going to do in the off season, I would imagine. But man, during the season, to sit there and reevaluate everything you're doing with your pitchers and how you're doing it with your pitchers, that would be a little destructive. I think
it's tough
that
to make
doesn't
a huge
sound good.
Right turn. Yeah. These injuries have been destructive though too. I mean, I don't remember a time, at least in Diamondbacks history, where you had a pitcher go down and need Tommy John, and then 8 days later, another pitcher has an elbow injury. Again, no Tommy John has been announced for Justin Martinez, and that's in addition to all the other injuries they've had. All right, let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
All right, well, I've got one, Wolf, so I'm hoping you don't take it. What's your key to the game here?
My key to the game right here is not to allow the Seattle Mariners to score a run. Okay, that is my key to the game. Think about Seattle yesterday, right? Runners in scoring position in all 6 of the first innings.
Yes.
All 6 innings, runners in scoring position. They were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. They finished the game 1 of 12. 1 of 12 with runners in scoring position.
So it worked.
That's my key to the game right there. Don't allow Seattle to score.
Man, well, I got to be honest. Your key to the game guarantees a win. Mine doesn't necessarily. My key to the game, and I think we saw this yesterday, is to set the tone defensively and keep that going. You could get a sense early in the game yesterday that the Diamondbacks were on point and that they – I mean, as Tori pointed out earlier in the show, that doesn't guarantee they're going to be on point defensively in the 7th, 8th, or 9th innings, but they were yesterday. And that standard, it can't be something of like, yeah, we'd love to be that way. They don't have any safety nets now. They have no options other than to be a really good team when it comes to starting pitching and to be an elite team when it comes to defense.
Once again, I love yours. That is a great observation by you. It's so much better than mine. But having said that, I love it because it speaks to the identity and the culture of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And when you know what you are and who you are as a team, when you know this is what allows you to win games, when you know this is fundamental to you doing well, it gives you confidence. Yeah. And that's why every time you see a Diamondback boot a ball, misplay a ball, whatever it may be, it's a shot in the face.
It's a shot
to not just the guy, but to the entire team.
All right, the MLB standings, those are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less in the NL West right now. Wolf, the Dodgers are in first. They've got a half-game lead over the Giants, a one-game lead over the Padres. D-backs 6.5 back, but the bigger thing to probably watch, and I think we're getting to the point of the season where you can start to keep an eye on this, the Diamondbacks are 5 back of the Phillies for the number 3 wild card spot. Cincinnati, Milwaukee, and St. Louis are all between them and the Phillies, so you don't need to get too caught up in the wild card race anytime soon, but you need to hang around. I think ideally you'd like to get within 2 or 3 games before the trade deadline in a month and a half. So I tell you, sweeping teams like the Mariners would go a long way towards that.
And so much of the time, too, when you're trying to get into the postseason, when you start looking at the postseason, the All-Star break hasn't even happened yet, but at the same time, it's more about the Diamondbacks the rest of the way than anyone else. Focus on yourself and playing Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah, if you start stacking wins, some of those teams will drop off around you. All right, when we come back, how did the Diamondbacks plan on replacing all of these injured pitchers? We're going to ask their assistant GM, Mike Fitzgerald, is standing right here. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
You down with OTT?
I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity, so that excites me.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach. With some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7. You down with OTT? And the Arizona Sports app.
Sonic Radio. CIO here. You're listening to the Not So Late Show. To celebrate half-price shakes after 5 p.m. at Sonic, we're coming to you live from Sonic Drive-In after dark-ish. Oh yeah, half-price shakes after 5 p.m. The Not So Late Show. No rules, just cool, deep voices and shakes. Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and more. You get it.
Sonic hand mixed shakes are half price after 5 p.m. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, we are back here at Chase Field, closing in on D-backs Mariners here, and pleased to be joined by Assistant GM Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, thank you so much for the time. It's always great to talk to you, especially in person out here in left field. Wolf and I were talking earlier in the show. We seem to catch you in the rotation when the team is winning some games. And, look, that's what's happening right now. You guys have won 2 in a row, coming off a really tough, tough series against the Reds, but an even just tougher emotional night despite the win on Monday. In your mind, what does that say about your group right now?
Yeah, when I was younger, my dad used to tell me I'd rather be lucky than good, and I never understood that phrase, but I think in the context of the timing of these shows, yeah, I'll take it. I think we've had mixed results leading up to this point. You've seen some really good, resilient moments. We've seen some other times where we've let some games unravel on us. We obviously want to be more of the prior. We want to be more of the team that sets the tone, anchors to what's going to make us good, and is focused on kind of internally what is going to help us win games more often than not and be able to block out the noise. I think, like I said earlier, we've seen good bursts of that, and we've had other moments where you're like, that doesn't look like Diamondbacks baseball. Torrey talks about it a lot. We want to pitch. We want to attack the strike zone. We want to win count leverage when the ball's put in play. We want to convert those into outs. We want to have a relentless 9-on-1 mentality on the offensive side of things, and if we can do that on a consistent basis, we're going to win baseball games. When we've had our good stretches this year, we've been doing those things. We've had our poor stretches this year, we have not been doing those things. So we got to reestablish the anchors of what we believe competitive baseball looks like and commit to having that show up on a day-to-day basis.
You know, that's why yesterday I thought was so important. Luke and I were actually talking about it as well. The fact that fielding your position and playing good defense, it was buttoned up yesterday. Just a great job. Josh Naylor made a great play. Ketel Marte made a Lourdes Gurriel Jr. out here made a great play, robbing a home run. So to me, that to me is something that I associate with the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is who they are for the most part. And I think, Fitzy, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it brings confidence to the team and the clubhouse collectively when they go out and play the way that they're capable of playing.
Absolutely. We have an internal Slack channel called Win the Inch. Tori's talked about it a lot. It's on the back of T-shirts. We believe little things can become impactful moments in a game, and impactful moments in a game can help you flip it from a loss to a win. You stack those on top of each other, and we can get to where we want to from a standing standpoint. So, yeah, I think anytime you set out a course of here's what we want to represent, when we do these things, we have good outcomes. The actual in-season games reinforcing that are really important to continue to build momentum in those areas. And our position player group has done a really good job in that space. Has the defense lapsed at times? Yes. From a run scoring standpoint, we've scored 5 runs or more than any other team in the league outside of the Dodgers. We have built the Detroit Tigers have the best record in baseball. They've built a lead in the 6th inning or later in 49 games. We've built a lead in the 6th inning or later in 46 games. So we need to be able to convert those into wins more often, but there's a foundation here that can not easily, but there's a foundation here that can make the next step to banking those leads into wins, and that's what we need to do. And I do believe that becomes contagious. When you see the little moments, winning the little edges, guys start to see the impact that has on a night-to-night basis. It makes it easier to show up the next day and lay it all out to win that extra inch.
Mike Fitzgerald's joining us. Mike, Wolf and I were talking about this earlier as well. You know, we both thought this was a playoff team before you guys ever even got Corbin Burns. Now, to lose him, to get him and then lose him in the middle of the season, that's obviously a much different thing because that's you were counting on him and now you don't have him. In your minds, for this team to make the postseason, what does it look like now from the other starting pitchers? I guess relievers too, but specifically from the starters.
Yeah, we're going to rely on a different set of guys than we probably were banking on coming into the year, and that's both with the Burns and the Martinez injuries. I think when we zoom out, we still look at last year, and that was a team that won 89 games, and we're not all that dissimilar from that group. That group was, I think, 45 and 47 heading into the final series before the All-Star break. So there's room for this group to go out and pursue a 90-win season. We don't have necessarily the, hey, let's go win 90 every night we take the field. It's much more of a granular focus. How do we lock in on what we need to do today to win a game? But I think there is a collective belief here that we can put ourselves in that mix. And yes, does it suck that some of the puzzle pieces we thought we were going to have being a really important contributors to this group aren't here anymore? From a health standpoint, yeah, that sucks. But that doesn't mean there's not enough talent around to be able to still accomplish the goal we want.
Fitzy, what does Josh Naylor bring to this team? What does he bring? I mean, there's so many things that I think we can see, watch how he competes that are obvious, but what are some of the other things that people may not know about Josh Naylor?
I think he's a true professional in the sense that he on one hand appreciates he gets to play a game for a living, but on the other hand, everything that he does is geared towards this is my job. I want to do my job for the team. He kind of joked around a little bit yesterday with Tori because I think some people were seeing the walk-off that he hit and kind of reading his face. And he's like, yeah, I did my job. I'm not really big on the attention.
Love that.
Yeah, I did my job. I just want to go home to my wife. And I'm going to show up. I'm going to show up the next day and then try to do my job again. So I think it caught some people off guard, but that is consistent with who he has been from a player since he stepped on the field for us, which is I want to help this team compete for a championship. This is my job. I'm going to take it very seriously. And, yeah.
Do you guys ever just sit back because there's so much pressure and urgency all the time? Do you ever just sit back with a trade like that and be like, yeah, we nailed that one. We got Josh Naylor. That worked out pretty well for us.
I think there's enough that pops up throughout the course of the season that the second you start looking in the rearview mirror at decisions you made, good or bad, honestly, and holding on to it, it's probably not for the best. We try to look back from time to time and say, hey, what worked for us, what didn't, how can we evolve our processes? But, you spend too much time looking in the rearview mirror, you're probably getting an accident.
Is his intensity level high? Does he have an intensity level? Or, I was watching him and Geraldo Perdomo was dousing him with water, and he did not crack a smile.
Yeah.
He did not.
Yeah, he said his mom got on for that a little bit, too. And so, yeah, I think there is an intensity there. I also think there's if you lay it all out there, and you probably had this similar experience in your career, Wolf, like there's an exhaustion piece to this.
Yeah.
That was a very emotionally volatile game, and fortunately, we came out the other side of it, but I do think there is an exhaustion piece that comes with that of like, all right, we got the win, but man, that was a lot, and I want to be able to turn the page and flush it and get to the next one, and I think that's kind of where his head was getting to of how do we be able to turn the page here, and then he did a great job last night coming out and helping us get another win.
Yeah, he does. When you say he likes to just do his job, he pretty consistently does do his job. And
Yes.
the combination of those two personalities, Geraldo Perdomo and Josh Naylor.
Yeah.
It's great seeing those two out there together. Mike, we appreciate this as always, man. It's always great to talk to you. We'll talk to you again soon, all right?
Thanks, guys. Take care.
That's Mike Fitzgerald joining us out here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. We get ready for the start of D-backs Mariners, and that's it for us here for today's show. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. Rick back at the studio, Jamal out here for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got D-backs Mariners next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
When Zach Gallen gives them a quality start, he's not necessarily 5-0, but they're 5-0. When he doesn't achieve a quality start, they're 0-9. It's literally the defining delineation between success and failure. When he has a quality start, they win. When he doesn't, they don't. Wow. And it's crazy
stat
that it would be that simple. And I don't think it'll be that simple all year long, but up until this point, it has been that simple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away without waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds like the perfect way to do it, right? Well, it is if you can do it, and that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You're going to be able to buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. It is much less stressful if you can do it that way. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra stressors in the middle of everything else that's already going on with this big life moment. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with here. That's Orchard.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
2-2, that's hit well. Deep to right field. Back to back go the Diamondbacks.
Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's. Hey, D-backs fans, score big game day meals at Fry's with savings beyond low prices, including digital coupons worth over $600 each week. Fry's, fresh for everyone. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, D-backs BP Show.
The Snakes are one win away from a series sweep this afternoon. Welcome to the D-backs BP Show, live from Chase Field here in downtown Phoenix, as the Arizona Diamondbacks get ready to take on the Seattle Mariners in the series finale. My name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Gilmartin, and our technical director is Allie Narini. Nothing will get you out of a funk like the comfort of playing